Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the May 9th meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee. As we have a number of people in the room, I'm just going to acknowledge that in case of an emergency, the exits are to the side, to where you came in. Muster station is in the parking lot. I'd like to acknowledge that we are doing our business and meeting on the unceded and traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. We have a couple of delegations today, and I'll just mention that with delegations, there is a 10-minute time limit, and then directors will ask questions, but we'll try and keep the delegations to 10 minutes. We'll ask the delegation in the room to come to the table to the side. So on that, I will ask the Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens to come to the table to delegate for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to the delegation. Is it Niels and Jonathan? Dave, welcome. And when you're ready, just push the button on your mic and
Good morning, Chair, Director Hamir, Director Grief, Director Arbor, and CVRD staff. My name is Jonathan Brenner. My family and I live at 8757 Oyster River Way, 650 meters from the Saratoga Speedway. Thank you again for providing us, the Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens and members of the Black Creek community, the opportunity to speak again about the community issues that face us today and those that will have an impact on our future. We are relieved to hear the rezoning application has been withdrawn. The withdrawal has not negated the majority of concerns that still exist and remain unaddressed. We initially expressed our concerns in our presentations and submitted them in writing in the context of the rezoning application. However, they are just as relevant in the context of the current zoning of the Saratoga Speedway Complex. We remain extremely concerned about the impact of the Speedway on our environment, the need for a local area plan, the status of a complete community, and the importance of adhering to local government policies, strategies, and bylaws. I'm sure you will all agree that most of our concerns have been focused on the planning for the Black Creek community, what we need today, but more importantly, what we need for our future. The CVRD and ESC has done a great job at putting extensive strategies, plans, policies, and bylaws in place to guide this process. All of us hopefully recognize that this is not a static process whereby once created, that is it. These building blocks of planning are fluid and are always in a state of adaptation and evolution. While we identify that we are in need of some new policies and bylaws to reflect our current status, we just as importantly need to apply the ones we have. Some lessons we've all hopefully learned about the most recent rezoning application is that our local area plan must come first. CVRD policies and strategies recognize this, as does the Local Government Act. The local area plan gives the whole community the opportunity to determine its own future, as well as a plan to build a complete community. It will provide an opportunity for input from Black Creek residents, an opportunity to review and scrutinize, and finally an opportunity to adopt it. We are asking the directors in the planning department, when will completing the local area plan happen and who will take responsibility for its undertaking? Will the CVRD place a moratorium on all rezoning applications before completing the local area plan as required by the RGS in Section 445 of the Local Government Act? I cannot speak for my whole group on this one, but I will claim ignorance. I did not know about the impact of the Saratoga Speedway on the environment, wildlife, agriculture, fisheries, and on us as humans. Like many, I just thought it was a bunch of cars going around the track, people in the stands, fun, had for all. In my ignorance, I was okay with that. Then things changed and we all started to look at the implications of the Speedway and what it was doing to us. A change in Speedway use, unscheduled rentals, the sound got louder, to name a few. One could see a noticeable difference in people affected by the Speedway. They were more irritable, stressed, anxious, and angry. when the cars started to roar without notice. It has caused those that have lived in the community for years to consider picking up and moving, citing they can't stand the noise. Some that have lived here, raised their families here, been active participants, and provided for the community in so many ways, retired here and plan to enjoy their last days here, are now panicked with the idea of the future that entails unlimited and unregulated speedway use. The well-illustrated concept of thoughtful living is beautifully depicted in the video by the CVRD. The narrator tells a story of the regional growth strategy being a shared collective vision for managing growth and community impacts in our diverse urban and rural neighborhoods. Managing growth, she says, is about putting growth in the right place in order to manage impacts on existing communities, protect agriculture and rural lands, and nurture ecosystems and habitat. According to the video, some of the goals of the RGS are complete communities to ensure the needs of the Comox Valley residents are met, environmental stewardship to protect, steward, and enhance our natural environment and ecological systems, food systems to support the local agricultural and aquaculture sections and increase local food security, health and wellness to support a high quality of life through the protection and enhancement of community health, safety, and well-being, and climate change to minimize regional greenhouse gas emissions and plan for adaptation. Ask yourselves, how does the Speedway complex with excessive noise from auto racing during practice, rental events, and fireworks, as well as the pollution to the air, land, and water courses, promote a complete community, environmental stewardship, food systems, health and wellness, and thoughtful living, and align with the RGS? While there are many praises for the CVRD has failed in its planning to protect the Black Creek community from the immense negative impact of noise and pollution from the Speedway on all of us. Until recently, it has allowed the nuisance to continue and that our valid concerns appear to have been dismissed. The May 6th staff report noise review auto racing continues to ignore these concerns with a lack of substance in the proposed noise bylaw. Instead of adhering to the past precedent of operating Thursday evenings and Saturdays, the CVRD is paving the road for unrestricted auto racing and noise levels to suggest that the residents of Black Creek are not entitled to peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, or convenience of our homes and our property other than Wednesday evenings is nothing less than insulting and disrespectful. Having said this, it comes as no surprise when we hear from Alana Macaulay, General Manager of Planning and Development Services, at the most recent Somber meeting that directors endeavor to work with applicants towards success. We ask, at what expense to the residents of Black Creek community will they allow to ensure that success? For those of us that live here, there's no denying that that Speedway has operated this past year greater than that of the 1972 agreement. Dave?
Good morning. My name is David Hamilton. My wife and I live at 2325 Ham Road, which is approximately 300 meters from the racetrack. And we've been seriously impacted by the noise of the racetrack, and it's compromised our well-being. I'm presenting this morning on behalf of the Saratoga Speedway Complex concerned citizens and the numerous neighbors whose health is being negatively affected by the Speedway. The documented agreement on Speedway operations between the Speedway and the CVRD, dated November 3rd, 1972, specified the following. 1, gates shall be placed and maintained by your association to prevent unauthorized use of the track. 2, practice periods under the association supervision shall be limited to 1 evening per week, terminating no later than 8:30. 3, practice every Saturday afternoon under association supervision. 4, racing on each Saturday evening, terminating no later than 10 p.m. It's our understanding that by and large, these were the operating conditions that Mr. Paul Hargraves followed during his ownership of the track. And there's a general consensus that the evening proposed for practices was on the Thursday. We endorse the limitation of noise to be controlled by prohibition in a bylaw that is consistent with historical use, such that 1, practices would be prohibited all mornings and afternoons other than Saturdays, and all evenings other than Thursdays, and then only until 8:30 p.m. And 2, the racing would be prohibited at all times other than Saturday evenings, and then only until 10:30. It seems likely these conditions were established as a result of noise concerns. The concerns of the day would have impacted significantly fewer residents than today. Therefore, it seems only reasonable that the past rule should result in a similar or even more restrictive prohibition today. The executive summary of May 6, 2022 identified 5 racetracks that were reviewed in relation to their established decibel limits, and then proceeded to eliminate this option from consideration by the Electoral Area Services Committee. We contend that a 95 decibel limit at 100 feet is a helpful measure to ensure during practice and racing events that noise can be managed. Mr. Rob Layton has proposed such a limitation, and we encourage the Electoral Area Service Committee to endorse its approach. However, this is still well above the level of 65 decibels prescribed for industry in the existing bylaw. Is it reasonable that in this day and age, Black Creek residents should be subjected to noise levels 30 decibels higher than CVRD citizens living in proximity to industrial noise? It appears that the staff have avoided this recommendation out of concern for budgetary enforcement costs. However, unless the noise bylaw can effectively manage noise, the complaints and concerns from local community will continue, which will also impact the CVRD's budget potentially even more than any enforcement costs. It should also be noted that with the proposed expanded prohibition, the time periods required for monitoring by the CVRD and neighbors would be reduced. Adopting the Saratoga Speedway Complex Concerned Citizens recommendations provides the opportunity to determine if the racetrack and those impacted in the community can coexist. Finally, we note that the first CVRD board strategic driver identified in the executive is climate crisis and environmental stewardship. It behooves us to raise this concern once again, that the racetrack operation is a recreational activity that contributes unnecessarily to greenhouse gas emissions and water pollution. This anachronistic activity should be curtailed, not expanded in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the directors for questions. I see Director Arbor.
Thank you for coming to us again and sharing your concerns. I'll reserve some of my comments because we've got 2 items in the agenda, as you know, both around the application itself and the noise bylaw. But I just wanted to clarify if the delegation and the residents realize in regards, and maybe staff can weigh in if I'm incorrect, but when it comes to a local area plan, I understand it to be an optional tool at regional districts and local government, that we have the regional growth strategy, we must have an OCP, but most of our communities in rural areas do not have a local area plan. So I don't want people to think that the CVRD has failed to produce that, because unless staff tells me it's not within our regulatory requirements to have such a plan for local areas. I know we've talked about one for Union Bay, Fanny Bay could have one, Mount Washington, there's lots of places that could have one, but I just want to be clear that it's not a requirement. So therefore you fall back on your OCP and your regional growth strategy. And in regards to the OCP, it is pretty broad. It doesn't talk about comprehensive community planning like the delegation talked about, which I think a lot of our rural communities desire. But some places, just so you know, and I'm sure that actually I won't be supportive of that, but I might as well talk about it. Some regional districts have actually multiple OCPs. So the Cowichan Valley had 9 OCPs, one for each of their areas, area A, area B, area C. They've actually just merged them all into one, as we have here. So, the local area plan, I'm sure we'll discuss it a little bit later, and I'm sure Director Grieve will have more comments, but I just wanted to clarify that one. And if you have feedback on that as well as to whether that's also understood that it's, that it's an optional one.
Jonathan. Sorry.
Thank you, Director Arbor. the concept that the director, sorry, that the local area plan is optional and not a requirement, then why does it say in the Local Government Act under Section 445 that it says that it needs to be there? Why would there even be the whole concept of a local area plan if it's not a tool to be utilized? Why, if this entire community is asking for a local area plan and it is a tool to direct what our community really needs, then why aren't we using it? Why would it even bring it up in the regional growth strategy if it wasn't a tool for us to use that we're asking to be used for our community? It is not, it has already done so much work in putting it together. Is it steps away from getting done? Let's utilize the tools that we have. We don't need to reinvent something. We're using something that we already have in place. And this will give our whole community an opportunity to speak on it rather than come from rezoning application after rezoning application that we say that doesn't fit with our community.
I wonder if I could ask staff to comment on local area plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll ask Tom True, Manager of Planning, to comment on the local area plan and the relevance with the policies of the RGS too.
Through the chair to Jonathan there. Thank you for the question. The local government under Section 445 says that all regional district bylaws have to be consistent with the RGS. And the RGS right now is in place with our policies and guidelines moving forward. The OCP is consistent with our RGS right now until the board directs staff to proceed with looking at doing an LEP. Right now, staff feels comfortable that our policy and our guidelines for OCP is consistent and we can move forward with any rezoning amendment application moving forward.
Director Harper, did you have a follow-up? That's right.
Yeah, thanks. So I realize not that, for the purpose of the delegation, I understand why communities have concern that, the more tools you use, the more detail you are in an area, the better you capture the essence of a community. I get that, but I also get what staff said. There's also this, I think that confirmed a little bit what I said, that it's a good thing to have, but I don't want the public to say, hey, we can't do anything and we should seize everything until it's completed, because from a legal perspective, right, from a desirability perspective, I'm supportive of a local area plan, but from a legal perspective, I just don't want people to think that the RD is not kosher in regards to its management of both the RGS and our OCPs.
Thanks. Director Grieve.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks everyone for coming. It's great to see democracy in action, people actually getting off the couch and doing something, and you guys have been exemplary in that department. I couldn't agree more with some of the points that were brought up about proceeding with a local area plan. Some of the residents have been around a while might remember when we did our community plan in the rural areas, the OCP, rural OCP, and meetings we had at the fire hall. I remember quite well being with Leroy McFarland and Neil Ross and Curtis Scoville. Ann McDonald was still with us then, and Lana, and we were high grading the cookies before the rest of the people got there, so we got the good cookies. But we talked about the local area plan then. So I just want everybody to know that we're doing a lot of work in preparation for that. If you take a look at the reports that we've had and the studies we've had, the coastal flood adaptation has just been finished, which identifies areas at risk with sea level rise. The Saratoga drainage plan, Saratoga Miracle Beach master drainage plan, which I think is still not finished, but we're working towards it. We also have new stuff like the Macaulay Road Emergency Access Plan. We just completed the Saratoga Miracle Beach service for mosquito control. And a lot of the background information we've got from, that's not even including all the water and fire department issues. But Leah Main, who is the BC caucus chair that Daniel will know because he's on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities now. She said, and I don't know if this is her own quote, but I'll credit her with it. She said, government is slow, government is messy, and government is expensive. Well, we know how slow it is. You take a look at things like the Mount Washington Fire Service. It's been 25 years in the making, but it's finally moving forward. You talk about the Merville Hall fire going in, the Merville Fire Service going in now. And I mentioned it to the retired Lawrence Burns, retired chief for Courtney, and he burst out laughing. He said that they've been talking about that since the 1950s. So you can see the lightning speed at which government works. But that being said, we need all that background information before we move ahead with the local area plan. That, as well as I think Ton brought forward the fact that we are doing an OCP review before the end of the term. So that's going to be probably a very cursory review. It probably be full-fledged, but still everything has to conform to RGS, I should say, RGS review. So everything has to conform to the RGS. So just to let you know that, we're not sitting on our hands. We're working very hard, especially for the people of Saratoga Miracle Beach, because if you add up all the costs of those studies, you have to realize it probably comes to over $1 million worth of studies so far. And it's not the taxpayers strictly of Miracle Beach and Saratoga Beach that are paying the bill. A lot of it comes out of the electoral area plans. The mosquito service is strictly a service that's limited to the areas that are affected. But for the most part, a lot of these plans have cost a lot of money, but they're worth it. So there's the part about it being messy and being expensive. But just to let you know that we are moving in this direction in a slow and steady manner. I think our member of Legislative Assembly, Ronna Ray Leonard, when I was working on committee with her when she was a councillor in Courtney, told me when I first got elected that you have to be very careful with process. You have to make sure it's transparent. You got to make sure it's totally thorough. Otherwise, you wear it. So we are taking our time and we're doing it right because I think it's more important we get it right. Thank you.
Thanks for great.
Yep. And Madam Chair, just to qualify the regional growth strategy, staff will be bringing forward to the board in consultation with the municipal members, a scoping study to identify how an RGS review may take place. That will be presented this year, but the review itself would not start until 2023 at the earliest.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. The delegation referred to an agreement from the previous owner. And I wonder if staff could comment on when ownership changes and there has been a standard or agreement prior, because this is a legal non-conforming use, what happens, what the new owner, is there any need for the new owner to follow previous plans, or is there any kind of constraint put on the new owner because of historical use?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll refer that question to Ton True.
I think. Go ahead.
Hi, Madam Chair. If it is to run with the land, it'd have to be a covenant registered on title. I haven't seen that particular agreement myself, so I'm not particularly the details of it, but it sounded like it was with a previous person who's no longer involved.
Okay, so it sounds like if there wasn't a covenant, there's no constraint on the new owner regarding prior use.
It doesn't sound like it. I'd have to read the covenant. I have to read the agreement, but it doesn't sound like it.
Okay. Okay, so that's clarified. I recall in previous reports from staff that, as Director Grieve alluded to, that certain studies were being done and that a local area plan was potentially being considered, but it was being delayed because of all these plans, all of these research studies that needed to be finished. So I'm wondering if staff could comment on the ability, the capacity of staff and timing. If the board was to direct staff to do a local area plan, what would be required prior to, and what the timing for that could be?
Thank you, Chair. Good question. So currently right now, staff is working on the rainwater plan for the Saratoga area. And I believe that's still on the works. That information is it's important for us to move forward to plan the future of this area in regards to water capacity. The other information you're probably aware of is the coastal floodplain mapping that we're getting information right now. And through provincial floodplain mapping that we have right now, it is old, and we want to have a better understanding of where their hazardous conditions could happen within the Oyster River and also along the coast there. So those two informations that we would need to have in place allow staff to review and analyze their information before we can move forward in trying to plan a work on the local area plan. Okay. For the planning budget, I can speak of is that that is not on our work plan this year. We have a couple of things that we're working on, but through the board, they can provide us with some directions and when they would like to see that, and we can try to have that discussion at a later date.
Okay, thank you. But so it sounds like definitely not for 2022 because your hands are full.
Through Madam Chair, yeah, that's probably the most consistent way of saying it is that we do have a bunch of projects on the go right now, and that we can try to have a discussion internally to figure out to when would be an optimal time to move forward with a review or with creating a new LEP for this location.
Okay, thank you. Director Arbor? Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, and just a final.
Oh, sorry. Can you press yours again?
Yeah, just based on the discussion, I thought I'd throw my 2 cents too, in the sense that we're kind of also running out of runway with the term in terms of starting big new project. And when we did our priorities last year, that was definitely coming out of COVID. There was a lot of demand on staff and planning and the rest of it. 2020 hindsight, you know, you never know that these things are going to emerge. Something as consequential as this application for the community, but I'm also aware that next term it's likely to be on the list of considered priorities, not only for Black Creek, but for Union Bay, where, you know, we have multiple things happening there, and treaty process and otherwise, and staff has heard us talk a little bit around that, around a local area plan. But when you're kind of overwhelmed by the core work that we have to do, then it's to free up, you know, each year we get the opportunity to identify those priorities, and I can see that next year, just gauging if from this discussion that's coming out of the community that it'd be hard not to table that one. So appreciate those thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Harbour. So, I mean, it sounds like I've heard affirmative from the 3 directors that there's interest in a local area plan. So it would just be something post-election. Unless, can staff comment on whether or not direction can be given prior to an election? Is that even worthwhile?
The advice of staff is that foundational work is being done for a local area plan, and those are the studies that Ton Drew referred to, huge in terms of the information that's relevant to the local area, as well as will be the public input when a local area plan is initiated. It would be the advice of staff to receive the results of those reports and to consider it on the work plan for 2023. So it really needs to be part of the debate of the larger projects and things that are on the go across the regional district in terms of having the resources, because the public component and the engagement with the public is a huge part of the local area plan, as well as these foundational documents, which will be ready to provide the basis for that for 2023.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank the delegation for coming. Both Jonathan and David, much appreciated your time, and everybody else in the room. Thank you, and I'll just vote on receipt. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thanks again. The next item up, we have the Hornby Island Housing Network. April Lewis from the network moved and seconded. And I'd like to welcome April via Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you for having me via Zoom. It saves me from staying overnight in town to make a 10 o'clock meeting. I'm sitting on unceded territory of the Comox and Pentlatch people, and want to recognize that. Our request is fairly simple. We're requesting a sponsorship from the regional district for a grant application. Jake, if you could go on to with this slide, if I had been able to, I would have put our community of people around it. So you have to imagine that we're more than just our land, we're our people too. So Jake, could you move on to the next one? Thank you. So our request is to sponsor a funding application. BC Healthy Communities has a granting stream, and only municipalities and regional districts and Indigenous groups are eligible to apply. So I've come to the regional district with a request to sponsor our application. Jake, if you go on to the next one, I can say who we are. We're a group of people who've got a lot of interest and a lot of knowledge and a lot of commitment to addressing the housing issues on the island. Just like every other place, we're running into the lack of affordable, available year-round rentals. And so we've come together as a group with pretty much all the key organizations on the island that have anything to do with social service planning, supporting community, and our governance to work together to try and move this forward more quickly. I know government is slow, but housing is pretty critical. So we've been very successful so far in coming together as a group and figuring out who we are and what our parameters are. And there's a list of folks that are involved in this organization. And the folks that we're applying to, they're a nonprofit team of community planners, and they have two different funding streams. One is a smaller one for $5,000. This one is to create or change health policy, and we don't really have that for our island. We are individual organizations. We all have our own policies that are organizational specific, but we don't have any social planning council or anything like that. So this particular granting stream would allow us to gather the data that we need in order to do effective planning. They do all kinds of things. They'd also provide some support for us as we go along, which I think would be really helpful just in terms of helping us establish a social policy council. Thanks, Jake. Could you move on? The dates that are coming up, there's the application due date, which is June the 1st. And depending on what comes out of today's meeting, probably what we will do is we'll work on an application because I know that things could not be approved until the May 24th Cvrd board meeting. And then we would have an application ready for the Cvrd to look at and hopefully submit on our behalf. And then the project itself would take place from the fall of September 22nd to the fall of September 23rd, which would give us lots of time because there's a lot of data to collect for both islands and then to create the report. Jake, could you move on to the next one? So the challenges for us is that we have incredible capacity to create things and get things done. The challenge is we're so busy doing that, it's hard to take the time to get together and do joint and collaborative planning. We do it a bit piecemeal, we do it informally, and we're trying to work together more collaboratively and consistently. And we realized one of the first things that we didn't have was complete and comprehensive data. I think each organization, we assumed the other organization had all the data they needed for theirs. And if we all shared what we had, we would have a complete picture, but that's not the case. We actually don't have a lot of the data, and a lot of the data that is available is not current or it's just agency specific and not what's needed to have a bigger picture. So that's my hope. Our hope is that we can create a really comprehensive report that will help us in all the areas of social determinants of health. Okay, Jake. And the outcome is that we will have an incredible document that will serve us and inform our planning, both as individual organizations and as inter-island organizations and within the islands themselves, because housing is such a good example. It's impacts all the areas. We've got food security issues, we've got mental health issues, we've got physical health issues, and housing sits in the center of many of those situations for a lot of our community members. So I'm hoping that we would have a document as comprehensive as the Gagliano Gabriola Health Report, because it's very comprehensive and it will inform much better planning and much better awareness of what is actually needed and for who. And so that's our request. Would you sponsor our application?
Great, thank you. We've got some questions here, so go to Director Arbor first.
Thanks for the presentation, April. And of course, I'm quite supportive of us looking at this. I had a quick discussion with, I guess, was it Russell or Jake? But anyways, the question arose as to why we may not use the Islands Trust. And then I was thinking that would be an option perhaps, but then I verified when's their next meeting, and it's June 10th. So even if they were the preferred organization, they would not be able to get a resolution by that time. And what we're really looking at here is a flow through, as we've done in the past, to support an organization. I'd like to comment that I love the fact that it's 20 years later. I'll put April on the spot, but she was one of the key people involved with the quality of life report from 2002, which was very much about a similar exercise of going and assembling a community profile with sound data behind it and scoping out the needs. And I see this piece of work as being very valuable to all the organizations on the island. And I won't weigh into I know it's, looking at health of residents right now in the record. If you read that, we're talking about doctors a lot in the Valley, so I won't talk too much about that. But for the islands, yeah, that would be a very useful piece of work. I do believe in the capacity of the group to deliver that with minimum staff time. There's a lot of professionals in those organizations. I think that would make it very easy for the regional district to kind of, to really just play the role of flow through. So I'll pass it on to directors, and if staff have further questions for April. Yeah.
Thanks, Director Arbor. That actually answers one of the questions I had, is because I was concerned why the Islands Trust wasn't going to be the sponsor. I do have a question for our staff, though. We were able to do a housing needs assessment a couple of years ago. And I'm just wondering why we didn't include Hornby and Denman at the time when we did that.
Madam Chair, I'll just ask Alana Mullally to come forward and answer the question for you.
Thank you, Russell. Through Madam Chair to the directors. So the legislation that compels or requires housing needs assessment was introduced under Section 4 or Part 14, which is the same part of the legislation that talks about official community plans and zoning. And so we looked at who would be the best organization to undertake that work, and landed on Islands Trust because the Land Use Planning Authority resides with the trust. That's an important piece, I think, because the legislation requires that anytime you think about a rezoning, you contemplate a rezoning application, OCP amendment, or in our case, an RGS amendment, you also give consideration to your most recent housing needs assessment. So for these reasons, we thought it best that the work be undertaken by the Islands Trust. I will note that needs assessments were undertaken for both Denman and Hornby. I think initiated in 2018 and completed in 2019. And so Islands Trust did work on provisions with the ministry that they aren't on the same schedule as we are to complete those within the first 3 years. So they have been done, and I had a quick conversation with Islands Trust staff, and they will be undertaking updates in the relatively near future.
Okay, thanks for that. So then I'll ask April, the work that the Islands Trust is doing, how would that differ from what your group is proposing?
Their focus will be on housing, specific just around housing. And this is much more than just housing. This is all the social determinants of health. So there'll be food security, transportation, recreation, physical, mental well-being. So it's a much broader focus that each one informs the other. The housing needs assessment that was done for Hornby was in 2018. And since our last census, we've had an increase of 20% of our population. We've got 225 new people on the island. And also there was not a very robust response to their surveys. So I'm not sure how accurate their findings were at that time, just because there was a low response on our part, on Hornby's part.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
It does. So I'll ask a follow-up question then. The grant from Plan H is fairly minimal, and what you're contemplating sounds fairly extensive. And I'm just wondering, do you have other sources of funding for that work?
Not at this point. Not at this point. This opportunity for funding just came to our attention, and because it fits so well with what we're hoping to do, that we started here, and we'll see where we get to. I think if we hire a really efficient consultant, the first step would be to talk to Gabriela and see who they hired, because the report layout, the content is very good, and I would hope to emulate that. So we will see where we get in our budget, and then move from once our application budget is there to look at additional funding as needed.
Okay, thank you. Director Arbor?
Thanks. And it's also, since you asked about the housing question, it's also worth highlighting that we're currently hiring somebody to do the housing feasibility for Hornby and Denman at the regional district. I think we're coming close to having somebody, maybe. Anyways, we're in the process. I think it's been posted, and that I think I've been told that. But and I think April is aware of that work too, which leads me to the next question. I think when you first approached me, April, there was a notion to do it for Hornby and Denman, but have you reduced the scope to Hornby only for now?
No. The intent is to do it for Denman as well. And
Yep.
part of the reason for that is both organizations, HIRA and Hornby Denman Healthcare, are really interested in inter-island planning, especially around food security and transportation, and definitely health services, because Hornby Denman Healthcare is responsible for both islands. And for them, it's very important that we have information, similar information and comparative information for both islands. Yeah. The other piece is that Hornby Housing Society, I'm their administrator, and we have a small grant, and we're looking at those who are precariously housed right now. We want to get numbers of folks who are at risk of losing housing or living in really unsafe, insecure housing, because we only have speculative numbers. We don't have accurate information. So the housing piece between what Regional District will be doing, what Islands Trust will be doing, and what the precarious housing grant is doing will really help flesh out that piece. It's the other pieces that we really need to.
That's great. Thank you. So maybe for now, I'll just say maybe under new business later on the item, I can ask, would it be appropriate to ask staff to investigate that in preparation for the May 24th Cvrd board meeting?
Do you want to clarify to investigate?
For us to consider sponsoring the application and bringing that to the board on May 24th, just some resolution to that effect.
But by all means, under new business, and the EASC will be meeting on the 16th, so staff could report back to the EASC next week, in a week's time, for you to inform the board in advance of the meeting and the resolution deadline.
Okay, thanks. So April, and for all delegations, we don't normally make a decision right after the delegation, but it sounds like we might have something under new business. I don't see any other lights on. So I'll just call the question on receipt of the delegation. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you so much, April.
Thank you. And so should I stay for that part, or should I go now?
You can probably, you don't have to stay. You can watch online if you
Okay.
want. Yeah.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you so much for your time and your consideration. It is much appreciated.
All right. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Moving on, we have a management report from May 2022 for receipt. Moved and seconded, and there's a question on the report. Go ahead, Director Grief.
Well, this is, I think, long overdue, but we did talk at one time of suspending some of these things on the report. We're now at 3 pages. We have 4 pages coming up, and obviously it's not something we're going to be able to complete in the rest of our tenure here. So I think we should turn our minds to maybe the next meeting, deciding, we see some are moving forward already, but maybe some of the other ones. I do have a question to staff, and that's if it's suspended, does it automatically drop off the list and have to be brought back? I see some say suspended on the, so, you know, I'm just wondering if we have to actually bring it back, should it be relevant in 2023?
Yeah, those that are suspended have either been complete or in some cases are no longer relevant. And so they wouldn't be seen again unless other action was initiated by the directors.
Yeah, I think we're a little over optimistic. So I would just make it as a notice that maybe we should all individually turn our minds to which ones we should complete in the limited time we have left.
Thank you. I had a question for staff for number 5 regarding the arts and service or the cultural grant. And staff were going to engage with the Comox Valley Arts Council. I was just wondering if that had happened.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just ask Doug DeMarzo, General Manager of Community Services, to come forward and answer that question.
Thank you through the chair. The Comox Valley Arts Council, we have not directly engaged with them with related to this matter. I think the key is the city of Courtenay is undergoing a strategic planning process and will probably be brought in as a partner on those conversations. And then we'll look to understanding for the 2023 financial planning process, how that will impact the region wide, and that'll inform our budget decision. So likely be like a November, December kind of meeting.
Okay.
If they're brought to the table at that time.
All right. Thank you. Director Arbor, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks. I guess the couple of reports from Ton, one for the cell tower, the other one for gas station, it refers to May 9th, but let's just assume that it's May 16th because we split up the 2 meetings, correct? Chair nods.
Yes, that's correct. Both those items, gas station and cell tower policy, are coming in 1 week's time.
That's great. Otherwise, I'd be scrambling right now. And the other one I was curious because we haven't heard a lot about it for a little bit of time is the rural economic development. That's after a report regarding resources needed in 2022 for rural economic development. So we're well into 2022, and all of our monies at rural areas are tied up basically with the visitor center at this point. Is there anything that's going to be brought back before the end of the term, or is that going to coast into strategic planning for next year?
Yeah, we will look for direction from the newly elected rural directors after the election with respect to whether they want to undertake an economic development service. For the benefit of the public, the economic development service was amended, and the partnership now is focusing on visitor services through a contract with Tourism Vancouver Island, but the economic development portion is no longer there. The municipalities are undertaking their own economic development. This leaves an opportunity if the regional directors want to undertake such, but we will canvass the newly elected in the new year to see whether or not there's a desire for establishing a service for the rural areas themselves.
Great, thank you. So just a question to staff then regarding Director Greaves' comment about prioritizing. Is that a motion that you'd prefer that we ask staff to have a look and come back with kind of things that can be finished this year and things that probably need to go on the on the post-election list, or is that a direction? What would you prefer?
Yeah, by all means, if the directors would like staff to come back with a more robust response to the management list to try and identify what really can be done in the next little while or what might take more time, we can do that. And then you can advise us as to whether those are right or reset the priorities at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, does someone want to make that motion?
We're still on receipt, right?
Oh, that's right. We are still on receipt. Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other questions on receipt then. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
New business.
Under new business, we'll put it there. Okay, thank you. Moving on then, we're coming up to the reports. The first item is for a rezoning in electoral area C at 8723 Island Highway, 2305, 2295 Shiloh Road, 8699 Island Highway for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much. And Jody McLean, Senior Planner, will outline this report and be available to answer your questions.
Thanks, Jody. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. The report's broken into two parts here. The first part is consideration of the potential next steps for zoning bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 683. And the second part of the report is about the consideration of Saratoga Speedway's lawful nonconformance. So regarding the bylaw, the property owners, they made an application to amend the zoning bylaw and the regional board agreed to the concept and had zoning amendment bylaw 683 drafted and provided it with first and second readings. While the application belongs to the property owners, the bylaw belongs to the regional board to do with as they see fit. Last month, the applicants withdrew their support for proceeding any further with zoning amendment bylaw 683, and the regional board agreed to cancel a scheduled public hearing. However, that bylaw 683 still sits here at second reading, waiting for its public hearing. The board still has the option of proceeding with the public hearing and consideration of third reading, despite the applicant's withdrawal of support. Alternatively, the board may rescind its readings and direct staff to revise or redraft that bylaw to address particular objectives. One of these objectives, they could be to revise it, how the zoning bylaw addresses auto racing by making its own separate use and not included in the outdoor recreation use. Or the board just may rescind bylaw 683's readings altogether and give no further consideration to it. The applicants may submit a new or altered application at a later date, but that would be considered anew from the beginning of the process. And staff is recommending here that the bylaw 683 just be rescinded and give no further consideration. The second part of the report here clarifies some lawful nonconformance. So the rules for this are stated in Division 14 of the Local Government Act. And in this case, the Saratoga Speedway was lawfully operating as a principal use in accordance with the zoning bylaw up until 1986. The LGA's Local Government Act's lawful nonconformance provisions allow for any lawfully operating use to continue despite the zoning bylaw's change, with a couple of conditions in there. And one of those conditions is that the lawful status is lost with the discontinuance of that use for a period of 6 months. And another condition is that the non-conforming use cannot be operated on a scale or extent or degree greater than what was previously, as in like the day before the 1986 zoning bylaw was adopted, what was lawfully permitted then. And in this case, the previous 1986 version of what we now call outdoor recreation use was only limited by its geographic area. And within that use, it was permitted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, public or private events. There was no limit on participants. So that this is now, that use was broadly defined also. And it's not narrowly defined to auto racing. So it could be outdoor recreational uses. So to Madam Chair, it is staff's judgment that the Speedway and its auto racing continue today as lawfully non-conforming.
Thank you for your report. Questions from directors? Dr. Arbour?
Thanks to staff and thanks for laying out a few options for us to consider, with your preferred option or recommended option from staff being that we simply rescind the first and second reading of bylaw number 63 and give no further consideration. The number 3 was not as, the third option was not so clear to me because it talks about based on the Cvrd's board's objective for these lots. So you're not saying new objectives or qualitative objectives. You're talking about just the zoning and the specified activities as currently stated. That will be my question after, but I saw a bit of nodding there. Because for a while when I read it, I was like, oh, should we define new objectives or not? So the number 2, I was really curious about because basically it just, it highlights, I guess, a little bit of a gap in, you can plan for everything, but this seems to suggest a gap in the policy, right, where we have outdoor recreation use, and then you're saying we could exclude outdoor racing. It's basically not mentioned, right, the as part of outdoor recreation. So what you suggest, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So under that one, we would just basically amend the outdoor recreation and the permitted activities, which would not only apply to this property, but to all other properties where outdoor recreation is an activity. It seems like it's work that probably should be looked at. So the question is whether it should be looked at now or in the future. And then because there's other legal non-conforming issue, I mean, we're trying to, and I think the applicant is trying to do the same, actually, to to bring some more clarity around the activities there. But what I'm saying is, if we ignore it now, how would we bring it back later? I guess it'd be at the. Would staff initiate that, or would you wait for EASC to provide direction to do that? I guess you are asking today if we want to consider option 2. And lastly, maybe my most important comment is, the last question is, with all these different threads, have we consulted with legal, or should we consult with legal to try to get some advice? I know we've done that in other files when there's a little bit of uncertainty around some of those things. So, and that's to my fellow directors, that's a question as well that I think we should consider today. So not a strong preference. I'm not into 4, which is, that would be the bomb to say, okay, let's proceed with the public hearing when the applicant is withdrawn the application. I don't see that as very viable. Number 3, it was a bit eerie. So for me, it's between 1 and 2, and then the legal question. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Would staff like to comment?
Jody, do you have comments with respect to some of the questions or comments of the director?
Thanks, Director Arbour. Regarding your question on option 3, yeah, that was put there in case there was some kind of objectives or directions that the board was seeking. I came into conversation today. You wanted more clarity on, we could report back on you on that particular kind of objective you were considering today. So it's nothing specific, it's just something that might be there. And item 2, yeah, you got that exactly right. It's not particularly directed at this particular property, but it's more generally for the zoning bylaw, where outdoor recreation use is a permitted use in numerous properties across the regional district. And it was splitting out the auto racing, so that would not be included in their zones either.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-ups? Were you good? Okay, Director Grieve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I do think here that we're looking at an applicant who's trying to do the right thing. I mean, he cites the fact that there's a conflict and division in the community. He's come a long way and with all the reports he's done, but he realizes that the best thing right now is not to proceed because it's just going to tear the community apart. So I think that obviously the right thing to do is to rescind it totally at this point, freeing up staff time to do other things. We talk about a local area plan and moving forward on that. So, you know, we need staff time. I don't think this is a good point to take on another bylaw. I see that there's an argument for number 2 that takes up 4 times more space than the other arguments. So I would think that maybe some staff have done a lot of work on this already and don't want it to go to waste, but it's not going to go to waste. I think it's something you can bring back, certainly in conjunction with the local area plan, perhaps. So I also have misgivings around moving forward on this without some legal advice. As you see, we've got a letter from Natalie Baker. There's you know, some challenging emails I get that have a really kind of a negative tenure. Well, I would say being polite. So I think that the best thing to do, and I will bring this up at the point of bringing forward the actual motion, is that I would move that we defer this. And I'll speak more to that later when we get to the actual recommendation. But I do think that this is the right thing to do right now, is to work on our bylaws around these kind of events, these kind of issues and uses of land use issues. But right now, I think it's just a really bad time to be moving forward on anything. So as I say, I'll be bringing a deferral motion up at the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. So I had a couple of questions. If we do rescind the bylaw was particularly regarding the campgrounds. I'm wondering if the applicant decided to go ahead and add the race strip, the drag race strip, would that be within his right to do so? Or is that requiring a rezoning application?
Madam Chair, that strip exists already and it's used for racing cars.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, the strip in question, it exists already.
Oh, it exists. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's fine to do so. You know, we've heard obviously from the community around the hours of operation. Again, if we rescind the bylaw, or actually maybe the question is better, if we went with option number 3, would we be able to do any kind of restriction on hours of operation if we went ahead and asked staff to look at specifically hours of operation under that bylaw? Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is currently right now speaking with our lawyer regards to the possibility of regulating hours in the zone bylaw. We are in discussion with that, and I don't have any more to provide you, but staff is in communication with our lawyer regards to the use and the hours of operation. What I can tell you is we as staff has reviewed other bylaws in the regional districts in BC, and we have not seen hours of operations within the zone bylaw. So staff is looking into this to see if there's a possibility.
Okay. It sounds like, you know, from Director Grieve's comments too, that, and if staff are still looking to it, that I would support also a deferral too, so that we can get just a bit more information. Any other questions, Director Arbour?
So just to be clear, you want to defer the whole thing and not rescind the first and second readings now? And with that deferral is a request for more information from staff, or we just want to sit on it? And maybe a question to staff is, could you use that time? Because this has come pretty quick in Rapids. So is there any additional information that you feel would help round up our approach to this file?
Madam Chair, certainly if you, the board, before considering, option 3, where we're asking for objectives on any new form of zoning to the property, if you want or need more information, more time will enable us to answer your questions. As staff have mentioned, we are looking into the matter of the ability to regulate hours of operation, all bearing in mind that any new bylaws, they are still subject to non-conforming use. But we could certainly get back to you and provide you advice on that if you want more time and if that's your direction when it comes to considering the recommendation.
Before I go back to Director Arbor, could you clarify, if we defer, how much more time would you need? We do have another EAC meeting in a week. Is that enough time, or is this deferral for much longer?
My suggestion is at the very least a month to the next regular meeting of this board. Certainly that would give us time and could respond to the nature of the questions that are coming up here and comments that were made by the public today too.
Okay, thank you. Director Arbor?
Not knowing if that's the case or not. So I just say this, I think, because it can matter in a way in that month as well. Are we still in regular communication with the applicant, or they basically withdrew their application and there no further interest on their part to look at some of these issues? Or is this something, are we going to gain in working with the applicant in that month as well?
Tom?
Through Madam Chair to Director Arbor, staff is in communication with the applicant. He is actually probably watching their the live feed through YouTube right now, and he's aware about this discussion. But as of today, the applicant has informed staff that he wants this process to be stopped. So and with that, he is reviewing his options.
Sorry, I'll give Director Arbor.
That's always good to know too, that the preference would be basically the same as what is our current recommendation, which is option 1. Yeah, it's not clear enough in my mind, so it's hard to totally kill it. Like, and I hear our CEO saying, with 1 more month, we might actually have more clarity around orientation. So I don't see a huge risk in just waiting a month. There's probably more gain than risk in doing that. So,
okay. Director Grieve, did you have a?
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll just, because, my feeling is that by discontinuing this process, we have lost what we call the hammer of local government, where we can actually, bring the proponent in on some issues. And I'm going to ask about the Rob Layton letter, because is it public? Can I talk to that? Can I speak to Rob's letter about no auto racing on the track or track events on Mondays and Tuesdays? The Sundays completely quiet, no racing at all, except for long weekends and special events. This is why I want to go on camera on this. I want some legal advice. Can I speak to that? Because I hear a lot of banter out there that basically doesn't recognize the concessions that we were very close to getting in an MOU with the owner. Because practice night on Thursdays, no activity on Wednesdays after 4, only driver school on Tuesdays and shut down at 5, auto racing on Saturdays till 10 p.m. only. And completely quiet Sundays, except for long weekends when they could have an event. I mean, I don't know if the public's even aware of these concessions that were coming forward, because what I hear is, there's a lot of fear mongering out there, and I think that this has to come out. Thank you.
Tom, go ahead.
Through Madam Chair to Director Grieve, this letter and proposal from the applicant was provided to staff if this application went to public hearing. But it's from my understanding that he has pulled that hours of operation off the table due to their process stopping. So the hours of operation that you did mention, that is not in effect. There's no agreement, there's no approval, there's no board resolution. That was just approval. That was just something that the applicant provided to staff to move forward with.
So at the pleasure of the chair, if I may, we've literally shot ourselves in the foot. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. On receipt then, all in favor of receipt? Opposed? That's carried. We have a recommendation, but Director Arbor?
I may ask Dr. Reeve if she wants to help with that one, Chair Amir, but I would just simply move that we defer this item to our next regular meeting. And
To the,
and I'm
to
just
the June meeting?
Yeah, to the June meeting. And I'm just thinking whether it's useful for staff, for us, and to request more information or to request fuller consideration of the matter at hand. Any language like that that would be useful to staff, or is just defer to the next meeting sufficient? I just don't want staff to feel like you can just sit for the next month and not work on it.
Some direction on?
If you refer it to 1 month's time, staff are seeking some additional advice in terms of the ability to regulate hours and such through the zoning bylaw. That is information we can come back to you with, whether it's in camera or otherwise, will depend on the legality of it. But certainly there is information that we can provide, and another month will allow you to formulate whether you do have objectives for some of the options that are here, and that can be considered at that time. There's no rush to deal with this or address this or decide on it now. The bylaw is yours, and it's up to you to decide what to do when you are comfortable with it. So certainly if you take more time, we will report back with the information we have, and you can decide whether to make a decision at that time or seek additional information from us.
Right. Thank you. And Director Grieve?
I would just add to that we do have legal counsel present, because we are under attack by their legal counsel at this point. We have freedom of information requests on our emails and our phones and all the rest of it. So I'm not comfortable going any further without legal counsel. Thank you.
Great, thanks. The staff have that direction. So we have direction around hours of operation. We have a separate noise bylaw, but I'm also wondering if staff could also look into a particular noise bylaw for during operation, not during the non-operating hours. So limits to how noisy it can be. Yeah. And any other comments to that deferral? No, all in favor? Oh, sorry, it's been moved and seconded by Director Grieve. Thank you. Thanks for that. I don't see any hands up. So all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on, we have the noise bylaw for auto racing for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Amanda Yusitsky, Manager of Bylaw and Compliance, is here to present this report and answer your questions.
Great. Thanks. Welcome, Amanda.
Good morning through the CAO to the Chair. This report is in response to direction received by staff at the February 14th committee meeting to bring back a report on revising the current CVRD noise bylaw as it pertains to auto racing, and provide background and options for amendments to the noise bylaw to address objectionable noise from auto racing. Staff conducted a review of the current CVRD noise bylaw as it relates to noise from auto racing and looked at approaches to the regulation of noise in other regional districts. Broadly speaking, public concern has been raised regarding the duration, frequency, and level of noise from auto racing activities at both Saratoga Speedway and on Forbidden Plateau Road previously. The current CVRD noise bylaw does not apply to the operation of motor vehicles on a highway or any other place intended for their operation. This is inclusive of a property that is zoned to permit auto racing. However, the noise bylaw, if amended to provide some clarification, could be used to regulate noise from auto racing. The noise bylaw uses hours of operation for enforcement measures and decibel levels for industrial activities between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m., so that being after 9 p.m. and before 8 a.m. And could similarly use one or both of these measures relative to auto racing. An amended noise bylaw could assist operators and surrounding residents to understand the expectations governing noise from auto racing use. It is important to note that although the Cvrd has the ability to apply noise regulations to inherently noisy businesses and industries, this ability does not extend to regulating to such an extent as to preclude the normal operational activities of the use when occurring on land where uses are permitted. Additionally, the Local Government Act distinguishes between noise and nuisance and has established two distinctly separate paths for local governments to regulate each. A copy of the current noise bylaw with possible amendments that would introduce a noise regulation provision for auto racing is included in the draft bylaw attached to this report as Appendix A. Staff note that as with the introduction of any new regulations, introducing noise regulation for auto racing may have implications on Cvrd resources, specifically staffing. The proposed amendments to the existing bylaw wording include the following: the inclusion of a definition of highway, clarifying venue exemptions, the addition of auto racing to Schedule A under prohibitions of time. Specifically, auto racing were permitted to not run for noise levels, after 9:30 or before 10, and then on Wednesday, no later than 4 or before 10. With the proposed amendments and a provision that Schedule A's exemption for motor vehicle operations does not apply to auto racing, the Cvrd noise bylaw would apply to and may be enforced against noise generated by auto racing activities. The outlined options on this report are: Option 1, to make changes to the Cvrd bylaw that limits noise from auto racing, or Option 2, to retain the status quo and not regulate noise from auto racing, or Option 3, to provide further direction to staff.
Thanks, Amanda. Director Green?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, once again, has there been consultation with the property owner on this?
Staff has reached out and spoke with the property owner on the proposed.
Because I think he's amenable to it, a lot of it. But my question is, you referred to a lot of reports in there, and I did send one in that was forwarded by Director Arbor. Actually, it was a San Leonardo, California one, where they had the same kind of situation where they had a longstanding raceway and an encroachment of residential areas around it, and then came up with the same kind of issues. But they also made, it was a 119-page report, so it was very, very detailed, very prescriptive. But one of the things it did allow was for a couple of exceptional events a year, where they could maybe, because if you're going to bring in something like a monster truck, it's going to make a lot of noise. But they had it so they had to operate for less than 60 minutes and only on a couple of times designated during the year. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be any further research done on this bylaw before we accept it? Or can we accept it in principle to come back?
This report in particular will be coming back in June to be considered. So this is proposed amendments. We have to remember currently there is no bylaw that applies, right? So this is.
Well, I would welcome it, but I do think there needs to be some exceptions built into it. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess it would require a public hearing to pass the bylaw, or no, just through this table. Okay, so I mean, that's a fine line in your report, and it was a very clear report, but it's a lot in terms of the thread where you said, we can't really regulate something that affects too much the normal operations of an activity on the one hand, on the other, we're trying to do a little bit of that for sure. So yeah, so I think moving cautiously, that's good that today is not, decision day, that we can consider this. What this would do if we choose option 1 is to start that process, which, as your report highlights, not a ton of places have done that. But to put the regulation, I do note that a bit like when we talked a couple of months ago about this issue here, it does allow for pretty much all the days except Wednesday, right, where auto racing could occur, unless I'm reading this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it says. My question is, I guess, what is the process for if in 2 or 3 years, if there was a problem or anything like that? So say that all of a sudden people say, oh, well, we never used to have Tuesday racing and now it started and we don't want it. So would it be a simple bylaw amendment to update the hours of operation at that time? And same with decibels, in the future, if there was dissatisfaction with it, how extensive it is, or would there be a non-compliance component to it that once they've started operating at with a certain expectation of a decibel level or certain hours of operation, that they could say, well, actually, that's the zoning we have. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not expressing it perfectly clearly, but hopefully you're getting what I'm trying to say.
And these regulatory bylaws can always be built on, you may recall a few years ago, staff brought the issue of industrial properties that run 24/7 operating into the late evening hours, and the residential properties that are wanting a bit of a reprieve. And we didn't introduce decibel levels and have had success with that. There was 2 years of extensive studies done on that decibel range before we settled on that. So moving forward on any other industry or noise issue with decibels, I think the same consideration would need to be taken, and not have staff necessarily land on a decibel level is that back end of study. And just importantly, I heard your question right. The noise bylaw cannot regulate hours of a business, period. It can regulate the noise from that activity. So the hours, auto racing is one activity on this particular property. If there's no noise, the noise bylaw doesn't apply. So noise bylaw is going to say, as proposed, that auto racing noise must stop earlier at 9:30, with the exception of Wednesdays, we're saying at 4. If there's use change, we can't regulate hours of operation through the noise bylaw. But as things evolve, we can always go back to a regulatory bylaw and reassess and reapply different measures with that cautionary that we're still not restricting out, which may be an allowable use.
Follow up? Go ahead.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And I guess, maybe, so that means after 9:30 p.m. we could have electric car races, right? Because the noise wouldn't be there. And I like what you said about how we have that prior experience around an industrial site that was generating a lot of noise. I think if we went with option 1, I would also encourage us to resource ourselves. Because you said, there was a couple years of study and the rest of that with the other, and I would like to assume that the Cvrd undertook that work, or was it the operator himself? It seems to me that I'd like us to be proactive to get a better understanding from our side around what's that, because I don't think we've had clear monitoring or anything like that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I would like to see us maybe have a program that gives us better information, so that when public debate arises, we actually have a good place to start. And then the understanding that if it's not working, we can bring revisions. So that'd be my thoughts for today. But I'd be okay with pursuing option 1 for today, basically, that because that leaves the flexibility to look at those things, and it gets it started with the reassurance that we can always change later.
Thanks, Director Greed.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's still it's a work in progress. I've always maintained that we have to keep our options open and keep the lines of communications open. I believe that Rob Layton's kind of developed a relationship with some of our staff. I would encourage us to keep working towards voluntary controls over racing practices times and stuff like that. Much like he laid out in his letter, I'm very disappointed that we didn't have an opportunity to work out some kind of a compromise agreement. So we're going to do what we have to do, but I would just encourage that at every turn of the way that we keep the operator apprised of what we're doing, so that there can be some two-way back and forth. Because again, if we get to a point where there's impediments of the racetrack owner to actually conduct the business that he inherited with the non-conforming status, then we may find ourselves in a legal issue with another party again. So I want to avoid that if possible. I think there can be some voluntary concessions. Keep moving forward. You have to build bridges in the community, and that's only through respectful discussion and compromise. So I just want to promote those two things. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. Amanda, I had a few questions. How did we land on Wednesday as the day for not having racing? I'm hearing from the community that, a weekend, Sunday would have been preferred. And Director Grieve is referring to a letter that the proponent sounds like he would make a concession on a Sunday. Is that a possibility to move that from a Wednesday to Sunday?
Historically, the Speedway has operated on weekends. It's in their schedule. Wednesday was landed on as a day that doesn't have scheduled rentals or races undergoing. Sunday's also been cautioned out through previous legal review on other issues as well through our noise bylaw. So to limit a specific day that historically has been a race, we could be challenged on that. On another level through that bylaw as well.
Okay. And
yeah, that would be in that realm of regulating business out. Yeah.
And historically, we have to use this current owner's history. We can't use the previous history of use on the track.
There's no application. It could be challenged. We could be considered offside to limit a use that's permitted, basically one operational day out completely. Historic use, there's no, with a regulatory bylaw, there's no grandfathering or legal non-conforming status on a regulatory. But to be successful in that, an application of that, historic use does fall into that.
Okay. So it sounds like, some of the comments Director Arbor was saying about coming back if we're not happy with it would not necessarily work if this has been a historical use on a specific day.
We could have further discussion on this as well and come back along with the work with Tons if you wanted to have staff come back with that. I'd have to probably do some more review and maybe seek some advice on restricting an operational day right off of a permitted use.
Yeah. Okay. My other question was, and apologies because it's referring back to the previous item where we were considering, sorry, I'm just going to bring up the wording. Under option 2, if we exclude auto racing as the existing activity, how does that impact a noise bylaw? If it's not an activity in that zone, do we have more control over the noise and when that noise happens, or is there no bearing between the two?
There's no bearing at all between the two. The noise bylaw would still apply regardless. For an enforcement point of view, it would be under if any use that's occurring, we get a noise complaint and that use isn't permitted. It'd be screening a gravel or whatever that noise complaint might be. We immediately always look, is it even permitted before we start applying the noise bylaw? What is our leverage? So if auto racing was not permitted, the noise bylaw would still apply, but if it was occurring contrary to zoning, then that would be an enforcement issue through zoning. That is not the case on this one. That use would still be applicable on that property with the non-conforming status. So that's not an option in this particular instance.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I don't see any other questions. So we'll move on receipt then. All in favor of receipt? Opposed? That's carried. We have a recommendation, and that is that staff prepare an amendment to bylaw number 102, the Electoral Area Noise Control Regulation bylaw, based on the red line copy attached, and that staff prepare the necessary amendments. So it's been moved. Seconded. Any other comments on that recommendation? Yeah, go ahead, Director.
Just once again, that we keep dialogue open with the racetrack owner. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I saw that staff would potentially look into what the legalities of changing the day is, but if you can, before you come back, have a look at that. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. All right, thank you. Would staff or would the board like to have a 5-minute stretch break? Yeah, 5 minutes. All right, so we'll come back at 11:36. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Okay. And the next item on our agenda is the Advisory Planning Commission minutes.
All three?
We have minutes from Area C, the Ag Advisory Planning Commission, and Area B Advisory. Seconded. Any comments on any of those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, and that's carried. Item number 4, Electoral Area B, 5254 Langlois Road, zoning bylaw amendment for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Brian Chow, Planner, is here to present this report and answer your questions.
Great, thanks, Brian. Go ahead.
All right, through the CEO to the chair and committee members. First of all, the applicants are in attendance, and they're from the order from our right to left is Jim White, Thea White, and then Zach White. Jim and Thea are the owners of the property, and Zach is the agent representing the owners. And I will begin with my presentation, Madam Chair. The subject property is located at 5254 Langlois Road in Electoral Area B. The property is approximately 1.5 hectares in size, and it relies on-site private water and septic systems. The applicants propose to rezone the property in order to use Section 514 of the Local Government Act, which is subdivision to provide residence for a relative. The size of the proposed lots is 0.65 hectares for proposed lot A and 0.86 hectares for proposed lot B. On February 23rd, 2021, the board endorsed the First Nations and External Agency referral list. The comments are summarized in the staff report and listed in Appendix A. For the purpose of today's presentation, I'm just going to focus on the island health aspect. On June 8th, 2021, VIHA, Vancouver Island Health Authority, responded to this rezoning application with no objections to the proposed rezoning. Nevertheless, it is important to obtain Island Health's decision on the subdivision aspect due to Section 514, subsection 6 of the LGA, which states that the medical health officer must approve any proposed lots less than 1 hectare or at least 2,500 square meters in area whenever you use Section 514. Because this is a legislative requirement, Island Health's decision on this proposal is very important relative to the board's decision to advance this rezoning application. So the applicants submitted a subdivision application, and on February 7th, 2022, Island Health approved the 2-lot subdivision under Section 514 of the LGA, and their approval letter is attached in Appendix D. Within the letter, Island Health staff indicated that the subdivision would require the creation of a shared water system for 2 lots. This requirement was based on their subdivision standards, which is their tool to regulate the minimum lot area for a lot in order to each lot have its own private well and septic field. The proposed 2 lots do not have enough land base to permit 2 private wells. And based on this particular response, the CVLD's staff comments is that while VIHA approved the 2-lot subdivision, the requirement for a shared well conflicts with the OCP policies to ensure that each lot within the rural settlement areas is self-sufficient with servicing. Rezoning applications to create new lots should demonstrate capacity to provide long-term sustainable groundwater capacity and on-site sewage requirements. And these are the policies in the OCP. Additionally, private agreements between 2 or more owners to share a common resource will require everyone's commitment to systems maintenance and stewardship of the resource. As this is a rezoning application, This is the opportunity to avoid the creation of such potential situation should conflicts arise in the future. Furthermore, there is an adopted CVRD board policy, policy 16, on the transfer of water or wastewater systems to regional districts. This policy could be applicable if and when the shared water system is challenged in meeting regulatory health requirements and the owners petition CVRD to assume responsibility of the system. While VIHA approves the subdivision under Section 514 of the LGA, the requirement for shared well results in a discrepancy for rural settlement area lots to be self-sufficient with servicing. Is one of the reasons why staff does not support this rezoning application, and the options are presented in the staff report. I do have to add that the Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission met on March 18th, 2021, and they supported this application. And for the Advisory Planning Commission for Area B met on March 16th, 2021, and they did not support this application because in their view, this application will be precedent setting. And there is a viable option, which such as to build a carriage house for the applicant. So based on the framework, functional operational limitations, planning staff is not in support of this rezoning application. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Brian. Would the applicants like to make any comments? Please proceed to the microphones. Just press the button when you're wanting to speak.
Good morning. Whoa. I'm on Edwin Grieve level there. Gela Kessler, my name is Zach White. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm speaking today from the heart of Penlatch territory, and the property we will be speaking about today is in Ayikson territory, right on the edge, and comes with the blessing of Hereditary Chief Wedlady Speck, who shares the room today. I'd just like to, in that sentiment, really stress that this is about family, community, and connection to the land. And it's a truly generational moment for my family. This has been a process. So in the spirit of getting my words exact, I have prepared a statement here. As you know, we have 5 minutes to share with you the many reasons we believe our application for rezoning of 5254 should be approved. And 5 minutes is just not enough time to communicate all the important considerations at stake. So we've emailed you over the weekend, directors, to explain the reasons for our application and why we believe you should approve it, despite the recommendation from staff. We recognize the staff report is designed to lay out existing policy and make recommendations based on interpretations of that policy. The report does not adequately address the human considerations and unique circumstances, which are the most important reasons for working towards a positive outcome and approval in this case. To reiterate our main points from the email, Jim and Thea bought their property in 1971 and built their modest house themselves and lived there for over 50 years, raising 2 sons and developing extensive gardens around the house where they spend most of their time, if not all of their time. My parents want to age in place. They would like to subdivide the 3.74 acre lot to allow for their eldest son, me, and my wife and 3 children to build a house on the lot and be near them to help with maintaining their property and assisting them as they age. They do not want to move into a condo or a carriage house. They want to stay in their longtime home for the rest of their years. Providing supports for seniors to age in place is a major goal of VHA and local municipalities. VHA even noted in their letter of support that the proposed subdivision would generate health benefits for the family and community. The approval of this application would assist in keeping our family together in a rapidly growing valley and helps our family to address the affordability crisis that is directly impacting the elderly and young families, including record-breaking housing prices, record low housing availability, and skyrocketing costs of living. Furthermore, the approval of this application would maintain the existing density allowance for the property. We're not adding bodies here. Reports were created for engineering, hydrological assessments, environmental reports. They were all shown to be favorable. We are pursuing this subdivision on the basis that it meets the criteria of Section 514 of the Landowners Act, which allows for subdivision for a relative because 5254 Langlois is under 5 acres. We had to seek VHA support and we met the requirements for the water and sewer on a smaller lot size. And I say smaller, we'll get to that. VHA has approved the subdivision provided that the 2 proposed lots intend to share a common well. And I stress the word intend. RD staff have recommended denying this application, reasoning that VHA's requirements are inconsistent with the interpretation of the RSAs and the OOCP. And each proposed lot should be self-sufficient with its own septic and well. The reality is there are no properties on Langlois Road or the north side of Grieve Road, as you can see in figure 3 here, that actually have meet the 4 hectare minimum size of a rural settlement area in the OCP. Most lots on the street have already been subdivided. The proposed new lot would be 1.61 acres, the smallest of the 2, which is actually much larger than a number of lots on the road and neighborhood. There are even 1 acre and half acre lots, 0.56 acres to be exact, in this neighborhood. We recognize that policy changed over time, and we respect the reasons for policy that aims to maintain the integrity of rural areas. But when anyone looks at this map of this area, 5254 Langlois is obviously a much larger lot than any of the nearby residential 1 zone properties because of the many prior subdivisions in the area. Your role as directors allows you to look beyond the policy on paper and see why this zoning amendment application is appropriate given the nature of this neighborhood, despite it falling within the RSA. The new lot would be in keeping with character of the neighborhood, and we believe you have the ability to work through the difficulties presented by these policy inconsistencies. RD staff also raised worst case scenario concerns that the RD may be pressured to participate in a private matter should the application be approved with a shared well. We know the RD is not in the business of managing wells. And we are more than happy to ensure that the required shared well agreement, a legal document, include the language that precluding the RD from any involvement or costs arising from petitions associated with the system. It's a simple piece of paper. Approval of this application could even be subject to suitable language in a shared well agreement protecting RD's interests. Lastly, this application is already supported by 13 letters of support from neighbors along the street, which have attached to a document that you've received. And there are just many reasons why this application approval should happen. There are many options we can explore to make it happen. And I hope you are receptive to that. And I hope you approve it and enter this file into the public hearing process. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Zach. Just want to confirm with staff that the letters of support in the file that the applicant has given us will be recorded under. Okay, great. Are you okay to take questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Director Arbor, do you have a question of staff or the applicant?
A question to staff. And recognizing the good presentation we just received. Sorry, I'm a bit far from my mic. Yeah, so I mean, if it's purely the water issue that is the chief concern, you know, it does seem like there's a few options, including what was just described by the applicant, perhaps, although I don't know the legalities around that. The other one is looking at rainwater systems. Like, if it's more a notion of density, I mean, just to be clear, I went through that experience and, you know, we built a carriage home. We did not subdivide. We couldn't subdivide. We had grandma living on the lot. I live exactly what you're describing, but we were not able at all to do a subdivision. So there is, I think staff is right that there are alternatives, even though they restrict the size of building that you can have, which we had to do. So we had to build a smaller place. And then when grandma passed away, went to the house. And now maybe the kids will be in the city in the future. So I totally appreciate it. I'd be curious from staff, like if it's just the water and maybe even if I think about our housing needs assessment and strategy and all the rest of it, I guess we're trying to avoid is, you know, endless subdivision, because the next generation will come up with the same thing. Oh, well, now we have a well with 2 lots and now we can have 4 on it because we've had kids, you know, like at what point do you stop that process? Because I do believe in our regional growth strategy to try to focus density and not spread out too much more into the rural areas. Anyways, I would be, and then for the 13 letters, I have to say in the back of my mind, if I was a neighbor and if it is precedent setting, yeah, I'd probably support it because it opens the option for you to do the same later. So that's snowballing.
They've already done it.
Okay, right. Okay, so if some of them, yeah, I see the lots on the map here that some of them have already done it, not all of them. So yeah, I'm just curious whether to help my thought process, whether staff can confirm that really water is the key in this file, or was there other considerations that, you know, that inconsistency in policy, or whether there was anything else. I mean, it's in the report, but it seems to be the sticking point, right?
Right, Brian.
Through the chair to Director Arbor, the sharing of a common resource, which is the well, is the sticking point, because in the rural settlement areas, the intention of this land use designation is that each lot will be self-sufficient, because that's part of the rural character working landscape of the land use destination. So each lot must be able to stand on its own and be sustainable for long term, because the CVRD will not provide any services there because of the land use destination there.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Everett.
Yeah, so if it's that, you know, maybe it is deferral day in the sense that can we look at some of the other options to de-risk that on our side and look maybe on their part to on Hornby, where just rainwater is just emerging everywhere because there's a recognition that wells are just going dry. We're at the tip of the edge. So I know there's a good reason why, I don't know, this seems to be probably a wet area, but you know, there's a good reason why these emerging policies are coming up. But with deferral of a month and looking at options, or our staff, maybe we heard from the applicant, but are staff aware of methods, legal or otherwise, where we could de-risk the water? Because we've taken over system. I totally agree with you. We don't want to do that. We don't want to have to get involved with small system. that's the reason we have those kinds of policies. But do you think there's merit in taking a month and looking at options around the water?
I'm sorry, I think you're this one.
Right, through the chair to Director Arbor. First of all, wells are under the jurisdiction of Island Health. And when I received the letter that's in Appendix D of the staff report, I met with them to really make sure that understanding of the letter and its intention. And I did really ask them what options are there. And they reply based on they have to follow the Island Health subdivision standards, which is a document anyone can access. Based on that particular document, there's no other option because it's purely based on the size of the proposed lots, the soil condition, the topography of the lot, and based on the proposed configuration as presented, their approval has to come with the criteria that share well must be provided. And I got confirmation from them that there's no other option at this time from them.
Thank you. Director Grieve.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and through the staff. It alludes to the fact that the RGS is prescriptive in that it doesn't allow a shared well. Is that in the regional growth strategy, or is it in the OCP?
Through the chair to Director Grieve. So it is an OCP, and they quoted in sections 43(5) A and B. And as you may know, the OCP has to be consistent with RGS. And OCP is a more reflective.
I know all that stuff.
RGS, so it gives
Fine.
more
Yeah, but it's not in the regional growth strategy. It does not require a regional growth strategy amendment. Thank you.
Yes.
And also the OCP. This policy, did it exist prior to the 2015 electoral area OCP or 2016, whenever it was adopted? Did it exist prior to that? Or is it something we brought up at that time when we did the review?
Well, just to clarify, this OCP was adopted in 2014 after the subsequent adoption of the RGS. So this policy was in place since 2014.
Okay. Well, I would propose that we already have directives from the province telling us to relax policies to encourage and to promote this kind of activity where we have a little more densification, where we have age in place, where we have a family division of property. So I'm just thinking that, these are different times. Things were a lot different. I mean, how does a young person actually be able to afford property and build a house? We can see on the map that it's one of the largest lots up there. So obviously, whoever has 5300 or 5318, it was put up there in a totally different regulatory environment than we have today. So I would think that we should be relaxing policies, not stiffening them in face of the housing crisis we have and the incredible financial impact that we have with people trying to be able to afford housing. So I'm kind of agreed with Director Arbor. Maybe we should defer this back and see if we can come up with some options that work, because we're really not. What I'm saying is perhaps the rationale has outlived its usefulness. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. I had a couple of questions. First of all, to staff. If we do allow this subdivision to go forward, would the subsequent lots then, as Director Arbor alluded to, would they also be allowed to then have 2 houses on them?
To the chair. So if this rezoning were to advance, actually is in Appendix E of the staff report, which shows that each proposed lot will be limited to one single detached dwelling. This is in place to maintain the overall density so that the number of dwelling per the area will stay as the maximum of 2. Like so, what you see in the red on the screen there will have 2 dwellings.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if you can answer this question, but I'm just wondering why Island Health did put forward this, recommendation when it does go against their own policies of 1 hectare limitations. Do you have, like in speaking, I know they couldn't write to it, but in speaking to them, are you able to sort of describe like what their rationale was?
To the chair. So the letter that was provided to us were from Island Health staff who look after subdivision reviews and referrals. And the staff who actually wrote the subdivision standards could be under, say, a different department, the long range type of planning to come up with those. So the letter that we received were from Island Health staff who may have tried to help the applicant in coming up with a way to be able to let them have 2 lots, but as a form of say option of maybe perhaps compromise, require them to share well. So that's kind of what we're reading into it. Of course, we're not Island Health, so we can't provide a final answer on that.
Thanks. My last question is to the applicants. Our local area APC for Area B suggested extensions to the original house and then a carriage home to allow your parents to move there. Have you considered that option? And if you can press your button.
Yes. This has been the hardest process of my life and our lives. That is carefully considered right from day one. The whole intent behind this is to keep my parents in their house. They built that house. That's where I grew up. The house is not suitable for my family. My family is large. I work from home. There are things that we need. The house is too small. It's made for Jim and Thea size. And really, Island Health, I have the letter here if you'd like to see it later. They firmly believe in what we're trying to do. And that is why they've given their support. Yeah, it's a big deal given the times we're in. And also the well that is currently there pumps 20 gallons a minute. Like you can feed 10 houses on that.
Yeah.
So, a shared well, they looked at their regulations very closely as well. And they said, we're stuck. This is a huge lot. But based on our paperwork, we have to recommend a shared well upon subdivision.
Okay. I totally hear your frustration and thanks for all of the time and energy you've put into this. I can understand how this is a really difficult thing. And just so you know, we also don't get very many 514s here at the table. So it's unusual. And I hear staff's concern. It's not for you, you sharing your well with your parents, I don't think is the issue. I think what staff are considering is, once your parents pass on, one of the properties is sold.
I have a brother. You
have a brother? Okay.
He can't afford to live here.
Okay. You're going to force him to move next door?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks for that. I guess moving on, if any of the properties were to change hands out of your family, I guess this is the issue, is how do you maintain a shared well with unrelated people? And this is the conundrum that we're having to kind of grapple with, is, shared resources from unrelated and sometimes even related people. But, it seems like you've got a good family going on. It's tough. And we have to kind of think multi-generationally. This is going to be forever once this subdivision happens. And how do we ensure that future we don't have, the 2040 board doesn't come up with this crisis of two warring, neighbors who are sharing a well. So
could I offer comment to that quickly? The shared well may not be forever, right? Nobody likes a shared well. We don't like a shared well. You don't like a shared well. And as soon as it is possible to drill a well, which we can't. We have to go into this with the intention of having a shared well. But laws change, things change, OCPs change. If it's up for a review, maybe it is possible.
Okay. Can I just double check? You would have to put in 2 septic systems, like a new septic for the house?
Yes,
okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's been laid out already, and it's suitable and quite, the property is large.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a question from Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I will actually, I've changed my mind on the deferral, and I might, the directors entertain it to go with option 2 to actually push this to first and second reading of the bylaw. The other thing with Island Health, in year 1, I did quite a bit of advocacy with them around Rainwater primary, which is going to come. It is, they're really hesitant. They have some drafts at Island Health. I'm not sure if they've passed it, but we were looking at Rainwater primary for a 15-home development on Denman, and it was checking out. It's just, how much storage do you have? You know that from agriculture, you're digging ponds. You're not relying on surface, from river water or groundwater, trying to get innovative around water management, and we are heading that way. And what I hear is there's this little nudge of policy that is stopping us from moving forward. But I think partly moving it to first and second reading rather than a deferral will kind of really get our brains thinking around how can this work rather than how can this not work, and then hear from the public and from others. Because if it was a density issue, I may have concerns, but that's been taken care of. Basically, what we're saying is those lots will be restricted to the homes. They won't have carriage homes in the future, right? So it's a leg up. Like it's definitely it's a privilege to be able to do this. I certainly did not have the opportunity to do it, and it's but at the same time, I hear your thoughts around having a large family, all those different things, and water just being the only thing. It's resolvable. It might lead to a future UBCM resolution from us, to talk about how do we improve policy, bringing in rainwater. And my advice to you is build it in now. Put in the metal roof and start putting in tanks. Go that route and help us push the province to look at a future where a lot of our water for household items come from rainwater. By the way, at my place, rainwater is 9-10 months of the year on Hornby, right? So it's just 2 months where we have to supplement with the well. That's my thoughts, Madam Chair. I would be prepared to move option 2 after we're done.
Before we do that, we'll just continue. Do you have more questions for either staff or the proponent, or Director Grieve?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I think it's right that we start looking at the world in a different way, because we see how where provincial ministries are pretty well stuck in a rut until senior bureaucrats retire, and then maybe new people come in with some ideas that are quite commonplace in other parts of the world. You talked about rainwater capture and all that. also the other side of that pipe, of course, is the septic. So you're probably looking at a 45-year-old septic system right now on the property, you know.
Oh, Helen.
So
I was just going to say, we have had the septic inspected.
I know, but how old is it?
Well, it's old.
Exactly.
You know, we're willing to do updates as needed.
Yeah.
We are installing a fresh, brand new septic, and we have suitable sites for multiple sites for septic systems to add if there was a new house constructed.
Well, you notice on the agenda, we're talking about on-site septic inspection by the regional district and moving ahead, you know, again, because I share that 1975 septic system out there, and it's only a matter of time. So my thing would be that, you know, that's the other side of the pipe. If you can have a truly modern on-site system, then you kind of negate all the issues around the proximity to the well and everything else. So, you know, it's important to remember that that all these policies, you know, are at the point where they're less and less relevant because we're working in a whole different environment now in a whole new age. So, you know, I would think if you had 2 new septic systems on the system, you might even be able to get away with a new well. But like I say, I can't speak for VHA or Island Health, but yeah, I'll be supporting it going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you to the directors. I don't see any other questions, so I'll excuse the proponents from the table. Thank you very much. Do we have any? We don't have any correspondence subsequent, nothing in the addendum. Okay, then on receipt, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have would someone like to move a recommendation? And Director Arbor. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and partly because staff never give us an option that they can't also completely not live with. I will propose that we give draft bylaw number 656 in Appendix E, which enables a two-lot subdivision under Section 514 of the LGA first and second reading. And I guess for the public hearing, refer to staff for.
So that's been moved. Do we have a seconder? Seconder? Okay. So then on the recommendation, any comments? No, I have a comment. You know, I just want, first of all, I want to thank the directors for some really good comments and ideas. I was really stuck on the shared well, and that was just difficult for me. And I totally understand the benefit of having the generations live together as we do at our place. And so I was trying to figure out how to make this work for you. So thank you for the ideas from the other directors. It sounds like, you know, we can come up with a solution. So thanks for changing my mind. So we've got the recommendation. Any other comments? All right, to move forward, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thanks. So staff will come back with the dates, I guess, for.
Yeah, it'll be provided to the board in the recommendations that go forward to the regional board meeting.
Right, thank you. Item number 5, Electoral Area C Development Permit for 3206 Rachel Road for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Dylan Thiessen is here, Regional Planner, to present this report and answer your questions.
Great, thanks, Dylan. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, or sorry, good afternoon now. Through the chair to the directors, staff have received a development variance permit application to reduce the rear yard setback for a proposed addition to a single detached dwelling on the property at 3206 Rachel Road. The property is approximately 0.13 hectares in size, is zoned residential 1 and designated as being within a settlement expansion area. Upon applying for the variance for the addition, it was discovered that the house was not built with a building permit when it was originally built in 1980. As such, variances are required for each part of the existing dwelling in order to legalize it, though features like eaves and an exterior staircase are permitted more lenient setbacks. The requested variances then are to go from 7.5 meters to 6.5 meters for the proposed addition, 2.88 meters for the foundation of the existing dwelling, 1.9 meters for the eaves of the existing dwelling, and 1.54 meters for the exterior staircase and side deck of the existing dwelling. The house, as mentioned, was built in 1980, and the property was subdivided in 1981, which created the short setbacks that the current owners who have lived on the property since the mid-2000s are now trying to legalize. The Advisory Planning Commission for Area C supported the requested variance to legalize the structure and for the proposed addition, as the variance will rectify a long-standing issue and will help the owners obtain a building permit for the existing dwelling as well as their proposed addition. Staff are recommending that the variance be approved, as the property has existed in its current form since 1981 without any history of bylaw complaints, and the proposed addition will not worsen the encroachment. Staff also sent notification letters in the mail to adjacent property owners and tenants within a 100-meter radius. We received no written correspondence, but I did receive a positive response over the phone from a neighbor who does not use email. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is attending over Zoom as well.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to add anything to that presentation? Tracy, you might have to unmute yourself if you want to say anything. Yeah, go ahead. Oh.
Okay, yeah, me?
Yeah, go. Now we can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, Dylan laid it out really well. I didn't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing.
Do directors have any staff or any questions of staff or to the applicant? No? Okay, then I'll quote unquote excuse the applicant. We don't have anything in the addendum, nothing new since. Okay, so then on receipt, all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. The recommendation has been moved and seconded to approve the DVPs. Any comments on that? No, seeing and hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you, Tracy. And thanks, Dylan. Would the board like to take a break for lunch?
Just a question, are we getting booted out of here at 3?
2:30.
So we're not going to finish this yet.
Working lunch? We'll try and get through at least the DVPs. Yeah, okay. So would a break now or a break in a bit? Keep.
Until my face is on the table, then it's time for.
Okay, we'll look for slumping Director Grieve. So the next item then, I believe, is item number 6. Moved and seconded for 5101 Venture Road DVP, and over to staff.
Thank you. And Dylan Thiessen will present this report and answer your questions too.
Great, thanks, Dylan.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to the directors, a DVP application has been received to increase the height of a carriage house from 8 to 8.34 meters for the property at 5101 Venture Road. The property is approximately 0.43 hectares in size, is zoned residential 1, and designated as being within a settlement expansion area as well. A building permit was issued for the carriage house based on submitted drawings and site plans, but the foundation was raised slightly to ensure it met required flood construction level due to a water course at the rear of the property. Staff requested confirmation of the building height as measured from the average natural grade from a British Columbia land surveyor earlier in the process, and receipt of the survey confirmed the total building height to be 8.34 meters. Again, because we do take that measurement from the average natural grade of the land, not from the finished grade. Once this height was confirmed, all construction was ordered stopped until the height was reduced or a variance permit was received to legalize it. The Advisory Planning Commission for Area B voted to support the request for variance, as the structure was built in a lower lying area which impacted the overall height, and the applicant did begin the process legally through the building permit application process. Staff are recommending that the variance be approved, as a 0.34 meter increase in height is not likely to alter the rural forming character of the area, make the structure more difficult to maintain, or generate any additional privacy concerns to or from the property. Staff sent notification letters in the mail to adjacent property owners and tenants within a 100-meter radius and received written correspondence from 3 neighbors, 2 of whom were supportive and 1 was in opposition. I'm available to answer any questions you may have about the application, and the applicant, Don Cameron, is on Zoom with as well.
Great, thank you. Would the applicant like to add anything to that presentation?
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty much available to answer any questions. I think the process has been pretty clear, and I'll sit around and be here to answer questions if anybody has some.
Great, thank you. I'll just, so any questions for the proponent? No? Okay. So then we'll quote unquote excuse you. We need to move the correspondence. Is that right? Moved and seconded. Do we move that first or do we receive? Okay, we'll consider receipt then. Any other questions to then the application as staff have submitted? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. The correspondence has been moved. I can second. And any comments on the correspondence? You see none. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have a recommendation. Moved and seconded that we approve the DBP for this property. It was supported by the, it's been moved and seconded. It was supported by the APC. I know it's a small amount, and I think the fill and the dip made a unfortunate, difference in height. So I don't think it's a controversial approval. All right, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And item number 7, another one for Electoral Area B, 737 Sand Pines Drive for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much. And Dylan Thiessen is here to present this report too and answer your questions.
Thanks very much again. Through the chair to the directors, another development variance permit application was received for the property at 737 Sand Pines Drive to reduce the side yard setback and increase the maximum height for a new accessory building being a detached garage. The subject property is approximately 1/4 of a hectare, 0.25 hectares in size, is zoned residential 1 and also designated as being within a settlement expansion area. The required setback for the property for the side yard and the garage is 1.75 meters, and the proposed variance would reduce this to 1.48 meters for the foundation and from 0.88 meters to 0.67 meters for the eaves. In terms of the building height, you can see in some of the figures attached to the staff report that a substantial amount of fill was required to create a level building area for the structure as they tried to level the area with the existing driveway. Because of the fill involved, and again, because height is measured from the average natural grade, part of this is captured in the overall height. So the applicant is seeking to increase the maximum height of the structure from 7 to 7.85 meters, which a legal surveyor, BCLS, confirmed to be the height as measured from the average natural grade. The Advisory Planning Commission for Area B again also voted to support this request for a variance, as again, it was built in a lower lying area which impacted the overall height, given the amount of fill needed. And this was an application that began legally through the building permit application process. It's not a case of a property owner seeking to legalize something after the fact. Staff are recommending that the variance be approved as well, as the height increase is also not likely to alter the rural farming character of the area, make the structure more difficult to maintain, or generate any additional privacy concerns to or from the property. And the same is true of the lot line setback reduction, as the window openings are small on that side of the building, and only part of the building is within the setback as it's on an angle respective to the lot line. The sloped roof also makes it such that the part of the building closest to the lot line is substantially lower than the measured height, which may help offset this encroachment. Staff sent notification letters in the mail to adjacent property owners within 100-meter radius and received comments from 3 neighbors. Again, 2 were supportive and 1 was in opposition. I'm available to answer any questions, and the property owner, Mike Finneran, is in attendance here.
Great, thanks. Mike, did you have anything to add to the presentation? Okay. Directors, any questions of staff or the proponent? No? Okay. On receipt then, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Correspondence.
Correspondence has been moved and seconded. Any comments on the correspondence? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Oh, and we have to approve the addendum. Someone like to move that?
I'll move that.
Moved and seconded. Any comments on that? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we're back to the recommendation then. Moved and seconded to approve the DVP. Comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Great. Moving along, Electoral Area C 7648 Island Highway for Edge Green Forest Products for receipt. Moved and seconded and over to staff.
Thank you very much. And Jody McLean, Senior Planner, is here to present the report and answer your questions.
All right, thanks, Jody.
All right, thanks to the chair and committee. So this is an application to amend the zoning of a commercial lot to allow for wood processing. So activities like processing and manufacturing and fabricating and so forth, those are industrial uses. Those activities can be disruptive to neighborhoods and don't necessarily require aesthetic frontages or storefronts to attract customers. Commercial lots are typically located in more visible locations and reserved for more retail and personal service type uses. This particular lot is developed with a commercial building used for the sale of wood products, and the owners are further developing it to add another commercial building and would like to lease a portion of that to a business that conducts wood processing. So they're looking to keep the commercial zone, but add that particular use of wood processing into there. The official community plan has a policy addressing just such proposals to add industrial uses into these areas called rural settlement areas. It seeks to ensure that adding the industrial use will not be disruptive to the rural character of its surroundings, protect the agricultural working landscape, mitigate noise, lighting, air pollution, to the use of buffering and screening, and have consideration for sufficient rainwater management and vehicle circulation, which may be more industrial oriented. Madam Chair, staff supports advancing the application to the referral stage. The applicant is concurrently applied for a form in character and a farmland protection development permit for the construction of the building, consistent with today's zone, with landscaping and rainwater management plans, both of which are scheduled to be reviewed by the advisory planning commissions this month. Consideration of this zoning amendment concerning what may occur within that building will also be reviewed by these APCs should the committee and the board allow the proposal to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
and
awesome.
do we have an applicant?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Sean? Would you like to add anything to that presentation? Oops, if you can just unmute. Go ahead. I think you just muted yourself again. Yeah. I don't think we can hear you.
Hi there.
Oh, there we go. I can hear.
No, we're good, and thank you for the reading.
Okay. Comments from directors? Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'm in favor of advancing this. It's really good to see an enterprise like that continue. We know the trend around wood processing in BC the last 40 years. So it's just like in the food sector. The more local processing we can do, the better. And I'm not going to prejudge the result of the application, but definitely in favor of taking it to public hearing.
Thanks. Director Grieve?
Thanks very much. I guess through to Sean, it mentions that you get your wood from the Gold River area. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Sean, can you speak closer to your mic? We're having a hard time.
Sorry.
Oh, it comes from WAS.
Was, okay, farther up the road. Well, in the old days, you had to drive that road. Now, of course, you can go through Cvrd. Okay, well, obviously, there's some value added work that's going to be going on here. So this is basically the old Black Creek Builders building, correct?
That's right.
There you go. You're there. Hey, all right. Can hear you loud and clear here now. Okay, so and you're just going to take out the house, is that correct?
There was a portable there, yes, that was put in years ago, and it's going to go.
Yeah.
And another building go in its place. And we'll actually be manufacturing kitchen cabinets and such thing.
So real value added.
You bet.
This is what we're trying to do. So, you know, when you look at some of the regional growth strategy goals, and we talk about, you know, housing, transportation, climate change, and all the rest of it, it makes sense to me that you're eliminating a lot of that stuff by not sending this stuff all off to China to get manufactured. So I think it ticks even more boxes than they're ticked off in our report. That's all I had to add. Otherwise, I will be supporting this wholeheartedly. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Director Creve. And I too am in support. Sean, I'm just wondering if you can, do you know your neighbor at 7642 Island Highway? What kind of property, what's happening on that property? I'm trying to figure out from the photo, but.
Which side is that?
I guess that would be like to the east of your, like just next door to the east, right on the highway.
Oh, yeah, he's the fellow that used to own it, I think. Oh, sorry, the other way? No, that's a small, you hear me?
Is that an agricultural property? Like on?
Yes,
So
it's a what do you call it? A market, a garden kind of a place.
Okay, all right. So question to staff, when would neighbors be informed of this? And I guess if there were any concerns about noise, when would that come? Jody, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, so this is going through two different applications at the same time. For this particular zoning one, we're talking about the particular uses on the plot. Neighbor notification would get mailed out after first and second reading, but before public hearing. So if they have anything to say, they can submit it for public hearing. There is a separate process going on for development permits and a variance permit. Those also will involve neighbor notifications, and those will be going out a little bit sooner. But really, it's all those are involving issues with that building. And it can involve like buffering and landscaping kind of things.
Okay, great, thank you. I see a pretty good buffer, I guess, to the north, which looks like it's facing hay fields. Yeah, my only concern would just be like what that neighbor to the right, is that Good Earth Farm? I'm trying to, I don't know if that's what at Surgeoner, but I can just imagine what, you know, if it is a market garden and staff are having to hear this in the field, is apart from a vegetative buffer, is there anything else that we can do to mitigate noise? And that's to Jody.
Mitigate noise. Your biggest tactic, or biggest thing you have is that vegetative buffer. There's some things you can do with like orienting the buildings in such a way that the windows and doors are not facing the particular way. That is Good Earth Farm, you're correct. It's a seed farm on that side, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other comments from the director, so I'll excuse the applicant. And we don't have any correspondence? No. Are we okay to vote on receipt then? Okay, all in favor of receipt? Opposed, that's carried. And we have the recommendation to move forward with the agency referral. Okay, moved and seconded. Comments? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Sean.
Thank
Now
you.
we will take a break now, and do you want to come back? We'll try and make it a working lunch in 15 minutes or so.
I think, yeah, we're gonna have to work through this anyway.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think we'll have to try and get through the grants though. So, all right, quickly, we'll go through lunch. Thanks. Right, I'll call us back to order so that we can continue on. The next item up for consideration is the rural community grants for 2022 for receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, directors, and Kevin DeVell, Doug DeMarzo are here, and Doug will introduce the staff report and process for us to undertake, which will be supported by Jake, who will try and fill in the gaps as you direct as to your contributions. So, Doug.
Thanks. Tag team.
Yes, thank you to the chair. Thank you through the chair of the directors. This was the Rural Community Grants Program that we initiated in 2021, largely building on the grant process of the formal community grant and aids. So essentially, as we go through this process, the process for going through this process, I suppose, is to look at each individual grant application in alphabetical order as seen on the chart that Jake will be running here. You'll note this year we have provided a few bullet points under the purpose in each to help direct those conversations. These were added by staff, so they're hopefully gleaned appropriately from the full application, but you also receive the full applications in your director's website. As such, I think it is the best process just to dive into these and start working through the community grant applications, understanding that any money left, this process does remain open throughout the year until about November. We do bring them back if further applications come in. These are the ones we did receive by the deadline and a little bit afterwards. So the most up to date that we have at this time. I think we'll start with the Anderton Therapeutic Garden process. And I'm happy to also read out the purposes or just maybe just go through them. And if you have questions, I can answer any questions. And if you have any questions about the amount of money given last year or prior years, I have a few years in front of me on my computer, which I can look back just to clarify any questions moving forward.
I wonder if it might be easier if the directors want to turn on your mics, and that way, like, I don't have to keep on, like, because there'll be a lot of back and forth things. So
No loud chewing.
yeah, you can just move away to chew. See, we can't do it.
Only allowed 3 at once.
All right. Okay. It was a good idea. Go ahead.
Sorry, with that, I can hand it back to the chair to move through the grant process and most assist when requested.
Okay. All right. Since item number 1, Anderton is in my area, I'm okay to fully grant that. And we had a great presentation from them earlier on. Item number 2, Arts Denman. Director Arbor, do you have comments on?
Thanks. There were a lot of really great applications from them, and so it's oversubscribed. And reviewing them, I'm not sure if there's even one I didn't want to fund. Anyways, long story short, a few of them I can't fund fully because there's just too much request. So I was prepared to put $2,000 on this one.
Okay. And do you want to speak to the next one as well, the Denman Island? Oh, Director Greaves, sorry, before.
I think traditionally I've supported this, so I'll add 1,000 to that.
Okay.
Oh,
thanks. Bonus. The Denman Island Marine Stewards.
Yeah, this one, I even though it's Denman Island, the green crab is all around Bank Sound and Lambert Channel, as they state. So I was going to split it 1,000 to Denman, 1,000 to Hornby, and 1,000 to the Bain Sound portion of area.
Okay. Our staff are okay with that. And then the BC Shellfish Growers.
Same. No, wait. Many of the participants are on this side, so I put it 1,000 for Denman, 1,000 for Hornby, 3,000 for Bain Sound.
Okay, perfect. The Beaufort Watershed Stewards. Do you want to take a crack? at
Yeah,
that first?
sure. So this one is interesting because you got the 2023 an agreement candidate. Oh, 3,000 for the Bainstown, yeah. So moving on to Beaufort Watershed Stewards. Agreement candidate, and I wonder about, I guess we should add them on the list as well for our watershed feasibility, watershed protection feasibility that we're doing, because they certainly are doing a lot of work. Anyways, I'm quite prepared to entertain both their requests for 4,000 to Area A portion, the Bainstown portion, and I'd be curious to hear staff's thoughts on an agreement candidate because they do a lot of monitoring on a constant basis, and that's why I raise if we ended up with a watershed service, I think they could be a good delivery partner with us. But I don't know if that's why staff put the agreement candidate in there.
Before I turn it to staff, Daniel, were you thinking for the full 4 from Bainstown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think for now, a grant and aid is the appropriate thing. If a service is established or we go down the road and we're looking at partnerships, by all means, that would be something that this service could look at, is working with groups like Beaufort for monitoring and such, that where our objectives are the same.
Perfect. I like it.
And did you have, Doug, do you have a comment? Okay. Next item is the Boys and Girls Club of Vancouver Island. And it's for out of school program for the Comox Valley.
Share, I could put 1,000. maybe.
Yeah, 1,000 each for now. Is that good? And then if we have extra, we can come back and top up. Okay. Comox Valley Child Development Association to support the Building Connections project within areas A, B, and C.
I'll put 6,000 in.
Okay, 6,000 from area C.
Split the rest?
Sure. We'll split 3 and 3 from areas A and B.
Yeah.
Correct. Thanks. And that's mostly to support their childcare initiatives there. The Comox Valley Community Health Network, and this is for an upcoming event, and to cover speaker fees and advertising and whatnot. It's not a huge amount. I'd be willing to pay for that one. And staff noted that it's for an early disbursement. Is that okay? Okay. Moving on, if anyone wants to help with that, and I'm happy to.
Health network?
Yeah.
I'll throw in 1,000.
Okay, so yay, 1,000 from area C, so you can reduce mine. And we know Daniel's oversubscribed, so that's all right. The Head Injury Society is looking at providing food for mental health support and low-income families. 1,000. Split?
Yeah. What do you say?
Do you want to split it?
Yeah.
Yeah, split. Area B and C?
50.
Yeah. Oh, are you okay? Or did you?
No.
Yeah?
That's not 50, 50, 50, but 33, 33, 30.
Yeah, a third, however folks want to apportion that. Perfect. All right. 333.50. Something.
33, 333, 33.
Yeah, yeah.
And 34 to area C.
Kevin can capture. The Comox Valley Land Trust, and this is for land protection.
Well, if I may, seeing as though that 80% of the stuff they do is in area C anyway, I'll put in $5,000.
5?
And
Okay.
split the rest.
Yeah, and then area B and A will split the rest. Okay. Next item up. Look, we're just swimming along fast. The Denman Community Land Trust Association.
So, yeah, they're making good progress. I can't do 7, but I can do 5,000.
Okay. So 5,000 from the Hornby. Okay.
For
and-
Denman, sorry.
For Denby, sorry.
If you pay from Hornby, I'll have troubles.
That will have very big problems. Yes, sorry.
For what? Are we keeping a running tab on this? Okay.
Yep. Staff are doing a really good job of keeping a tally. Denman Island Climate Action Network.
I'll put another 1,000 into that.
Okay.
For climate action, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for them and Community
Nice.
Land Trust.
Oh, for the land trust. Okay.
That's where we're at right now, isn't it?
No, we moved on, but we can put that in.
We only got
5.
5, yeah, so
Yeah.
we'll help out a bit.
Okay. And for the Climate Action Network, Director Robert, did you have a?
Yeah, I see agreement candidate. I was curious about the basis for that one. And again, I'm short on funds, so I have 1,000 anyways. For
Okay. Do staff want to comment on that agreement?
Yes, last year there were a number of commitments to a number of organizations that we'd look at 2023 to bring into just a quick agreement. So it'd be a continuation of funding. So they would know that their funding is sort of going to be consistent. And this would be one of those that we look to that in that list in 2023.
Okay, thank you. And Director Arbor, you were putting the full amount or 1,000? 1,000, okay. And next item, Denman Island Community Education Society.
Yeah, I think 1,000 as well. And this one, my only thing was starts to get a little bit in the operational side, for the post-COVID protocol. So just as feedback for now. But there are an awesome organization. They have so many programs, and so I'm happy to support it, but just 1,000.
Great. Denman Island Growers and Producers Alliance.
Also 1,000. I don't know who went around Denman Island. Like they must have had signs. Rural community grants. There's so many applications from Denman this year.
Great.
Harbor's rolling and
Well, maybe it's Doug.
Well, if I have extra left over, I'm always amenable to farmers, doing more work together. So we'll.
I'll split it with Orzina.
Yeah. Oh, why don't we just put 500? Like 500 is not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Denman Island Preschool Society.
Excuse me. Yeah, for that one as well, leaning a bit on the operations. So I was happy with some of the things, but not all of it. So 2,000, and that's good.
Okay. Eureka Support Society, and this is I guess
You want to back that up a bit?
cross-regional organization that works with around mental health and wellness in the entire
If I may just back up, for the childcare preschool, I'll put 1,000 into that. In fact, make it 1,500.
Great.
I'm a great
Thanks.
supporter of daycare, meaning that from the days when I had to rely on them to work.
Yeah.
Thanks, Director Grieve. So Eureka Support Society, they do mental health, wellness work across the valley.
May I ask the history on this?
We supported them prior,
First time I hear about them.
Eureka. Their buildings on 4th.
Huh.
Yeah. It looks like haven't supported them last year, at least. No history, so this is the first time.
First time?
Mhm. It's been a while. Okay. So new within recent history. I do know them. So they've got a site on 4th, and they have, kitchen, and they do activities and support a lot of seniors working around mental health. I'd be willing to put in 3 for now, and I can see what's left over.
I'll put in 5.
5? Okay. Now, Hornby Island, we're getting to the next island. Hornby Island Arts Council.
Half of the requested amount, 2,500.
2,500. Okay. And the Hornby Island residents and hires ask, which is, sorry.
Yeah, that one, I'm wondering if Doug has had any conversations with them. Obviously, we have a lot of relationships with Hyra. I guess this couldn't come from their regular services, so.
It's only $1,000.
The signs say we are not the second best community. I think we're on a turnaround.
Hornby would have given a better chance for McFarland to win provincially though, but okay.
I have not had any conversations specifically regarding this. I think it's mainly to promote water conservation, which we don't have a service for, so it wasn't included in their agreement. And being that it was only $1,000, I did leave it to your discretion as it moved through, so I could follow up if requested.
I'm prepared to put it on the table unless you run into a red flag, but it's fine. It's been discussed in the community that the need to improve some of the signage. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Moving to the next item is the Little River Enhancement Society. So, okay. Oh, Director Greaves offered to split it with me. So yes, why don't we do that? Okay. These ones with the big cells are hard for Jake to read. I can't read it either.
Here's the PRC watershed. Millard PRC watershed steward. Yeah, Millard PRC watershed steward.
Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm happy to contribute to that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to split it 3 ways?
Yeah.
Director Grieve, did you have a comment?
On the Millard PC one?
Yeah.
You're okay? You got it?
Oh, we were going to split it 3 ways. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll save my thunder here for a little bit longer.
Okay. We'll just
We get to review this, right?
Yes.
Get the sober second
We'll go.
thought.
We'll go.
Or in
over
my
them.
case, a not so sober second thought.
This one is difficult math, though. I'm not sure if Russell can figure that one out.
The next item is the Mountain Avian Rescue Society, and that was for a fairly large quantity, but I think we supported them last year.
I'll put in 10.
10?
Oh,
Right. I can take the rest.
okay. I was gonna offer something there.
Oh, you saved yours for,
Okay.
I'm still waiting to get my beaver. I got a request in for an orphan beaver because I haven't had a beaver in my beaver pond for 2 years. So I'm on the list.
to house a beaver. Nice. Oyster River Enhancement Society,
I'll do the whole 10.
10? Okay. Strathcona Wilderness Institute Society,
I'll put in 4.
or I can do the other one. All right, back to Hornby. Spark Society,
1,000 for the Sparks.
1. Okay. Solon River Restoration Society,
On a 50-50.
is that okay? 50-50?
Yeah, it'd be okay.
Yeah, I am. Great. Union Bay Historical Society,
Yeah, I can, I'm actually happy to do the full amount. I actually went to their AGM last week. And I had never been to the AGM. And so just some background, they manage the post office and the church. And
Perfect.
the museum.
They're doing a lot.
And this is for their roof. So I think it's a 3rd roof we participate in this term, and there's a 4th on the horizon later on in the agenda. So we like roofs. It's especially metal ones at the regional district.
Just a couple more left. So Upper Island Women of Native Ancestry,
I'll put 3 in.
3. I can do the other 2. And lastly, the Youth and Ecological Restoration.
Is that Wendy?
That's Wendy.
Okay.
What do you want? Split it 3-way?
Which?
Split it 3
Split
ways?
it 3-way?
Split it?
Yeah, is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Once staff are done with that split, if we could just have a look down and see what our totals are.
Doug, while we look at that, how do the number, like maybe for next year, like maybe not fully prepared, but the number of applications this year, is it fewer than last year? Or it'd be nice maybe next year to have the background on the typical ask and yeah, to show a bit of a trend. Because for me, it felt like other than Denman, which was the outlier, it felt like I have a fewer applications this year.
Well, I'd like to note that we have no more rural halls in this.
Yes.
So we're not funding all of those. So thank you for our rural hall service.
Yeah.
That's taken a huge, toll off of this. We're also not funding out of grant and aid our Food Policy Council and social planning, because we did that one time grant out of admin, I guess. So, yeah.
The other thing I'd like to highlight is maybe one of the difference makers. There doesn't seem to be as many, other than a couple of exceptions, a lot of municipal asks. I think that naming it the rural grant program
Really
probably helped us right off the top of the letterhead.
Doug, did you have a comment?
Sure, I comment quickly. Yeah, you're correct there. And also some of the disbursements in our recreation grant and other grant services looked at a little bit broader regional perspective. So there was fewer there. So just generally in 2022, don't quote me on the exact numbers, but we had about 29 or 30. It was similar to, similar to no other years, I guess, because 2021 we had 55. In 2020, we had even around the 54 mark as well. So a lot of that is those community halls. So I'd have to look at once that was taken out. So about 20 fewer.
Great. I have enough left over that I can contribute to the Denman Producers Alliance, the food one. Kevin, can you clarify what balance I have for area B?
Just scroll up.
Okay.
It's almost there. What? There you go.
Okay. Which one haven't we entered? The head injury. Oh, we didn't do head injury. No. Split 3 ways. Split 3 ways?
Yeah, so 333, 33.
Head injury.
I did it. No worries.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
There it is.
And
What was the number, Kevin? 333.
ABC 333.33.
and while you punch that in, is there a plan to do a little press release on highlighting some of the grants and something like that?
Does staff want to comment? Do we normally do a press release?
No.
No?
But
It sounds like
if
I would be in
requested,
support of.
I'd be supportive because something like when we did the COVID renewal grants, that was really well received. It doesn't have to be complicated, 2 or 3 paragraphs, highlighting a couple, here's 2 or 3 of the applicants. Be nice.
I still have enough, I think, to cover the Denman one. So, yeah. Denman Growers and Producers Alliance. Do directors want to make any adjustments to the commitments that they've made?
No, I'm good.
I'd like to hold back a bit more in case we have, you know. If staff could comment, I know we do have, you know, we do take another intake. I'm wondering if we move to 2 intakes a year, if that might help to capture some of the sort of the stragglers that come in after. If we did, I mean, we have got kind of a May time right now. If we did another November one, the other thing, apart from stragglers, it would allow us to release funds. So organizations could, who have activities in the early part of the year, could then apply for, you know, funds to be released in the later part. Do you know what I mean? I don't, if staff want to comment.
Yeah, quickly, the website does outline that the original intake date, and then it remains open until funds are spent. So by adding the November date, you're almost at the end of the year at that stage. So it's a little challenging, but we could consider it. Maybe we'll, Kevin and I'll discuss what that might mean for finance and confusion. I think having it open really allows those latecomers to come directly to staff, and then we can quickly bring it to the next EISC just as a one-off rather than waiting until November. But any comments on that, Kevin?
Yeah. Oh, Kevin.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could help out here.
Sorry. Okay, I'll let Kevin.
Through the chair to the directors. Yeah, not a lot further to add. I mean, I do agree with Doug. I mean, you know, as much as, you know, we've always had that kind of end of February timeframe with respect to requests, and then of course the time required to bring this forward. We have always, you know, kind of kept that open so that if other applications did come in through the remainder of the year and we did have unspent funds available, we would certainly consider those. I mean, I understand what you're suggesting with respect to especially those kind of, you know, early part of the year while we're still doing our budget deliberations. So, I mean, it certainly could then mean that we kind of keep that in mind and perhaps hold some dollars back for those potential purposes.
Thank you. Director Grieve, did you? Oh, it is. I can put money towards the climate action then. That's fine. I'll put the rest. Director Grieve, did you have anything else you wanted to?
Oh, there's the Denman ones here.
See, we're all helping out Denman. There you go. Maybe we'll bring them in a bit more. Yeah.
We didn't want 25, so I don't mind putting in 5 of that. Okay. If you want helps you out, or Zena.
Sure.
The community education, I'm willing to put 1,000 in that, if you're okay with that, yeah. Just to bring it closer, at least, you know, to what we're looking at.
Right.
What they want.
Thank you. Are we okay to then move on? Are folks okay with this? I'm not assuming this doesn't come back to us in
The resolution goes to
the board.
So we can tweak it at the board. Okay, then we'll get the finished copy in that.
Okay.
Can we scroll down to the bottom? Yep. So we can see.
Sure, we're going to scroll down. How about we vote on receipt and then we can move the recommendation? We haven't voted on receipt. Yeah. Receipt is okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then are folks okay with the totals that they have? Yeah. Yes. Would someone like to move the recommendation that we move forward with this awarded amount to the board? Moved and seconded. It'll come back to a staff report to the board then. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Great, thanks.
Used to be more fun.
It used to be more fun. What took the fun out of it? This was pretty good.
You used to have fun with free stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Next item up is the community halls capital projects for receipt. Moved and seconded and over to staff.
And I'll refer to Doug DeBarzo to present this report and answer your questions.
Great, thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Through the chair to directors. Again, this is looking at our new community halls and facilities service. And this is looking at requests put out by the Cvrd, largely in regard to the reserve funding we have, which a lot of it came through the restart funding provided by the province, as you may recall in the budget process. We're looking to support the community halls in a number of ways, and mostly focused here on the Bay and Sound community facilities support of Union Bay Hall and Fanny Bay Hall. Union Bay Halls hold a placeholder of 30,000 to assist with the new roof if they're unable to get more grant funding, which they're actively soliciting. And Fanny Bay is to 30,000 is to look at the building envelope from a water leak, and it's part of a phased approach. They did request more, but they also need a little more assessment knowledge as they move forward. So 30,000 seems appropriate at this point. Moving forward, early conversations with regards to Area C now, and that Puntledge North Community Facility support. I was looking with the Helby Hall. They were originally looking at some structural upgrades, which they managed to get done on their own initiatives, and are now looking at their future heating and replacement and upgrades. And staff have, with their $10,000 commitment, have recommended that they do an assessment for if replacing like for like is appropriate, or if they look at reducing GHGs, and then come back to us with a similar ask if it's not too cost prohibitive for us to reevaluate with them. And Merville Hall is looking at septic field upgrades. They've been talking about this for a number of years in hopes of supporting a commercial kitchen. With them. Any letters sent to Merville Hall would also include obviously looking for permission from VIHA, and in this case, the Agricultural Land Commission as well, because their proposed septic field is slightly outside of the area that they were more or less given permission to continue hall functions of the area permitted. So they're aware of that, and we'll include that in the letter of the language. At this stage, that's where we are looking at that. Both functions, as a reminder, set aside 80,000 from those from the restart funds. And this is really about supporting these halls, getting started again, and we are looking at a continued capital support in partnerships.
Great. Thanks, Doug. I think there's questions. Director Arbor.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I can only speak to the Bay and Sound one because I don't pay as much attention to the up north ones. But for Fanny Bay, obviously they had before Christmas the big leak, and then found they were just doing a floor repair and then open it up and find all these other issues. So it's great we can assist and participate in that. And I agree with Doug that they'll benefit from a fuller assessment. And I visited Union Bay Hall last week, and they had a major flood. A pipe exploded in the kitchen 3 months ago, which led to close to $150,000 in insurance repairs. Closed down the child care center that we helped contribute to a couple of years ago during COVID. Thankfully, it all got covered by insurance, except for maybe 5,000 or 10,000 they had to come up with. So it's. I was worried because I was like, maybe they'll come to us if there's problems. But it's great that with Doug, they're able to talk about the replacement of the roof. So we had to look at that, and then that's the priority. And then maybe in future years, playground, which has been discussed. And I have one for Mark actually. While I was there, they took me to a little building at the far end of the ballpark, which apparently belonged, maybe, everybody has a lot of maybes, to the improvement district. Oh, actually, Kevin would know. He's nodding. And I did witness that it's profusely leaking, the roof. So if it's one of our assets under the water thing, we may want to have a look at that one and either get it repaired. I don't even know if it's useful. I think it was used as some kind of pump station from the creek, or Kevin again probably knows. Go ahead. But yeah, so but overall, working with these halls is a pleasure because all the volunteers. So the other thing that happened when they did the insurance claim is all the volunteers in Union Bay showed up to repaint, and everybody just lent a hand, which was really great to see. So thanks for the good relationship, Doug. I also hear good things about your work with them and how you respond to the various issues they face.
Thanks, Director Albert. Director Green.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yes, thank you from the Halby Hall and from the Merville Hall Associations. This is going to go a long way in keeping these halls viable going into the future. It's my hope that that as time progresses, that we can generate a little more enthusiasm out there in the community and get some more younger volunteers out. So this at least will, as I always said, is kind of like we're on life support. So this will keep us going forward. And hopefully as time progresses, we can extend some of this money to some of the other halls that may need some upgrading, like the Dove Creek Hall and other halls, the Fallen Alders, et cetera, as time goes by. So no, I think we're heading in the right direction here. You probably know that just the insurance alone eats up a lot of their budget, and utilities are going up like crazy. So, it's welcome to the new age, right? So we just have, this way at least we can keep everything going forward, and hopefully as time goes by, community will see the advantage of having a community hall, a place to gather, a place to celebrate, a place where you can have possible daycare and other groups. So yeah, just a big thank you from Area C.
Thanks, Director Grieve. Doug, just questions about when any of these halls are doing proposals for like the septics or for roofs, how involved our staff are in receiving the proposals from like different countries or different companies, I mean. And do we also monitor receipts? Like how much do we do?
Yeah, so with regards to capital, I've explained this to the halls. We are looking to have a similar agreement where what we've had on Hornby and Denman. So any of these will be subject to payout upon receipt and proof of work done. So that's where this differs a little bit. And then the rural grants in the past, we just give them a lump sum of money. So they're all aware of that. If need be, that if there's some upfront money needed, then we just have those conversations with them from a portion of this. But for the most part, it's based on the receipt and proof of work done now. So that's a change, but the boards seem to be understandable and on board with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we vet any of the proposed, like, I just wonder sometimes if the bids know that we're kind of funding, are they in line with what, your average bid is? Do staff get involved in any kind of?
Yeah, I would say we do flag if it comes in high. I can say Merville had one that came in high, and I strongly recommended they go for a second quote, at which point their submission now is quite a bit lower. So to the best of my building knowledge in construction industry, I can say that sounds way off, but that's like a 35% or better probably. But yeah, I do look at them to make sure that the boards are in, and also encourage them to partner with their local builders and community members as well. So
super.
It's all part of the process.
No, that's much appreciated. And I'll just echo the other directors' comments that, I think it's really appreciated having, our staff with some more professional experience in project management like this. I think gives a really another eye on the spending of public dollars. So that's much, much appreciated. Just questions when you mentioned for Merville that we might have to go to the Land Commission. So would there be an application fee as well for that one?
I've encouraged them to reach out to the local planner there and discuss their past exemptions, and then determine the next steps. It might just be, it's an undergrad. I don't know. They'll be up to the local planner to advise them whether it falls within the generalness of their past approval, or if they need to reapply, in which case there could be an application fee, yes.
So it might come back. All right, thank you. I'm in favor. So any other questions on the report? All in favor of receipt? Opposed? That's carried. So we have recommendation 1. Moved and seconded that we allocate 60,000 from the Bain Sound Community Facilities Support Service Function 672 to assist the Fanny Bay and Union Bay Halls. Any other comments? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And we have recommendation 2. Moved and seconded that we allocate 45,000 from the Puntledge North Community Facility Support Service function 676 to assist Halby and Myrtle Halls. Comments? Oh, Director Grieve.
Thanks. Just to staff, do we have any idea what's left over from these? What's the carry forward on our restart grant money? Where we have left over?
Through the chair to the director. So yes, as part of the financial planning process, we allocated $80,000 of restart funds to this particular service. So that would then reduce it by 45. So that would leave currently about $35,000 left.
Great. Okay, any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And moving on. Item number 11, ongoing initiatives to mitigate environmental and public health impacts from on-site septic systems. For receipt. Moved and seconded, and over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Derry Monteith is here to present the report and answer the question with the support of other staff.
Thanks, Derry. Go ahead. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you very much. So the purpose of this report is to seek direction on multiple initiatives being undertaken to mitigate the impacts from on-site septic systems in the electoral areas and in particular in the communities around the Bain Sound area. As committee members are aware, there remains ongoing concern that poorly functioning septic systems in the communities of Royston and Union Bay may be impacting the environment and Bain Sound. The high density of homes, high water tables, poor soil conditions, and aging septic systems in this area are all factors that can really adversely impact septic system performance, resulting in the potential for cumulative impacts from numerous poorly functioning systems. Prior groundwater studies in this area have shown evidence of septic failures through the presence of nitrates and fecal coliforms in excess of BC water quality guidelines. A recent norovirus outbreak linked to the consumption of BC oysters has brought renewed attention to the risk that sewage contamination can pose to marine waters, and in particular, the Bain Sound growing area that produces 70% of BC's cultured oysters. This outbreak also follows similar outbreaks that have occurred in the area over the past number of years. And these repeated outbreaks are really damaging to the economy and the reputation of the Comox Valley and impact a critical food production area for the Comox First Nation. In 2017, a working group led by the BC Centre for Disease Control explored potential causes of norovirus in the marine environment and identified private septic field seepage as one of multiple possible transmission routes. A number of septic-related mitigation measures were identified by this working group in their summary report, and this included a combination of improved infrastructure, regulation, compliance, education, and enforcement. Many of these mitigation strategies are being actively pursued by the regional district, including the implementation of the Sewer Extension South project to bring community sewer to Royston, Union Bay, and Comox Southlands, the CVRD's ongoing septic education program, and continued work towards improved regulation of on-site septic systems. Consideration of additional land use related controls are also being recommended by staff today. Over the past few years, the CVRD has been investigating options for enhanced regional district role in septic management, and a 2020 report presented to this committee provided a preliminary assessment of the risks to public environmental health in CVRD electoral area neighborhoods and presented program options to ensure proper septic system maintenance is being carried out. It should be noted that mandatory maintenance of septic systems will be particularly important in the Royston Union Bay area should sewer servicing not proceed in these neighborhoods as proposed. Continuing work is ongoing on septic maintenance. Staff are currently looking into options for an environmental monitoring program to assess septic system impacts in these higher risk areas and to establish a baseline from which to compare monitoring results in the future should a regulatory process be implemented. Staff have also been working with Island Health to assess septic system records for the Royston Union Bay area with the intention to continue this work in other high-risk neighborhoods. So for the CVRD to move forward with a mandatory maintenance program, continued collaboration with both Island Health and the Ministry of Health will be required. And therefore, staff are recommending today support from the committee to continue this work towards implementation of septic regulatory changes. And attached to the report today is a letter of support from Island Health that also supports this direction. An additional regulatory tool to mitigate potential impacts from on-site septic systems is the zoning bylaw. This report provides some discussion on why this option should be considered for the Royston Union Bay area due to current community sewer servicing proposal, the sewer extension south, and the sustainability of continuing to rely on on-site servicing in this area, given the multiple constraints that have been identified. And therefore, it's also being recommended today that staff report back to the committee with some proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw that would restrict the development of secondary dwelling units in these neighborhoods until such time as community sewer can be provided. And with that, we welcome any questions from the committee.
Thanks so much, Jerry. Director Arbor.
Thank you for the presentation and for the report. And I especially appreciated that all the links are in the report to the other reports. That is so useful. Rather than to have, I remember the first year I used to have to go through agendas and when was the date of that board meeting where we talked about this? So this is great.
You do that in the first year. It's part of your orientation.
Yeah, it's part of orientation. Nice. Thank you. It's called hazing, I think. Okay. So yeah, a lot of really good material in here and a lot to absorb. And it was good to see the letter from Island Health also encouraging us to be active on this file. Russell, actually, our CEO, came and presented to the Department of Fisheries and Ocean Advisory Committee on Shellfish Aquaculture, and we had a good discussion and good questions as well. As we saw last month, there was 500 cases from norovirus stemming from Bay and Sound. So it's definitely top of mind for the sector and the federal government and the province. And that's not necessarily 100% attributable to septic. There's difficulty in actually figuring out where it comes from, because it could be from fishermen, herring fishermen or whatnot, that, so, but overall, we know we have a very persistent problem, and we know we have very, very old septic, especially in the Royston and Union Bay area. So my main question though is, if we look, when you come back with the report, it does zone in a little bit on Royston and Union Bay in light of the potential for community sewage. But I'm wondering if some of the other options, how ambitious we want to be, and what a service, because at one point it talks about for area A, to establish some kind of service for area A, and then it drills down to Royston Union Bay a little bit. But our initial report was really looking at all the hotspots, as you mentioned, across the Comox Valley. So places from Saratoga to Ships Point. And I don't know if it's the thought of staff that we would look also at density things. So for example, if people have systems that are pre-2005, then I don't know if when people build a carriage home these days, you guys probably know, but I don't know if they have to install a new septic when they add a carriage home. I don't think they do. So things like that. Like, I wonder how on their septic regulation side, how many things we want to tackle at once. Part of my thinking is, if it's more targeted in a way, it makes sense, because Royston and Union Bay, we know the old system, it's like amongst the worst cases, if you will, for neighborhoods, and the density of the neighborhoods and the opportunity to plug into the municipal system. But it may feel a little unfair too if they're the only ones that have to step up to the wicket with these regulations. And I don't know if there's economies of scale, because when you had generated the costs of a service like that, I don't know if there's economies of scale in having more. Okay, maybe not, but those are some of the questions as I was reading the report that were in my mind. And yeah, I don't know if this will generate a lot of discussion in the communities. I think it's a thoughtful piece of work. Obviously, many agencies that are involved, and definitely in favor of moving this forward.
Staff want to comment on any of those points? Or I guess the geographical area, is that what one of your questions, Director? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can take that through the chair. So certainly the septic system options that were evaluated looked at the entire electoral area. And it did include it did, I guess, identify some high priority areas in electoral area A, B, and C. Staff are, I think, leaning towards a phased implementation if we do move forward with that program for multiple reasons. One is resourcing. I think the costs identified in that original report, we saw kind of between 1 million to 1.8 million if we were going to implement something for all of the electoral areas, but a significantly reduced cost if we focus on those high priority areas initially. There's also concern with industry capacity. So starting small can help us kind of build that capacity slowly.
Is that in regards to testing?
It's in regards to the number of registered on-site wastewater practitioners in the area that are able to offer inspection services. Yeah.
Did you have a follow-up?
Sorry, there was one I wanted to mention. The only thing that would add a little bit of value to, it talks about the Nanaimo Septic Smart Rebate Program and different things like that. But I'm wondering if, as we get into the next round of report, if we can pull other examples of other municipalities in Canada or elsewhere that have implemented something like that, because it may demystify for residents. We don't have a lot of regional districts on Vancouver Island that have proceeded with something like this, so it may be good to get rid of some of the fears that people may have by saying, hey, here's a few places that have it and how it works, and how people pay into it and the value.
Thanks for that comment. Director Green?
Well, this comes as no shock. We've known about this for a long time. In fact, the last time we had a sewer vote referendum in Union Bay, we actually talked to the ministry saying, can you possibly weigh in on this? Because it's a human health issue. And the ministry was mum, didn't want to get involved. Somehow it's our problem, liquid waste management, which I don't think it is under the rules. I think that. So my first question is, so we had how many people get sick? 400 people, possibly. So 500 people get sick. Who's culpable? Is it the regional district? Is it the individual property owners? Is it the village of Cumberland? There's no accountability. And again, it falls into our lap, like most things always do at the end of the day, because with the low, I won't say it, but yeah, the lowest order of government and the one closest to the people. So, I mean, you can't just keep diverting your eyes from this issue every time it happens. So it'll be okay. Status quo is fine. I'm astounded. 44% of all septic systems were put in before permits were required. Well, I remember my dad digging a hole and putting concrete liner in, and we had a septic system, put a field out there with a bunch of those hexagonal clay tiles and you're all set. So it's not much beyond that. But it's for me, it's astounding that the province doesn't step up and take their responsibility. They just don't really want to get involved. So, I mean, it does fall on us. It's our livelihood. It's our industries. Not all the people eating shellfish are living in the area. Some of them, I understand, are down in California. They get sick. So, you know, this can't be just brushed under the table. We have to face up to it at one point or another. I know they mentioned some areas in Area B, which probably brings to mind the whole Cvrd Beach debacle, where everybody's on wells and that feed into the next septic system that feeds into the well down the hill that feeds into the next septic system. So I know when they did the preliminary tests, when they put the sewer in, what was it, 1979, whatever it was, 1981. Anyway, that they found that area, the foreshore, very contaminated. My question is also the fact that I don't see Denman Island mentioned here. And it's in the same area, Bain Sound, as Royston and Union Bay. So I imagine they're probably part of this as well, but we don't have any jurisdiction over their land use planning. Same with Cumberland. Cumberland, I mean, if we actually did tests after a big spring rainstorm, Cumberland's storm sewer flows into their sanitary sewer. So I just wonder what the impact of Cumberland is, even though they're working to improve the system. So, I mean, this is something we're all in together. So that's, I guess my question is, yeah, I mean, what about the areas that aren't mentioned here?
Do staff want to comment?
We are copying our materials and initiatives to the RDN. We should also do that to Islands Trust too and inform them. And definitely those that you know regulate or have an impact on septic systems, we'll keep in touch, Islands Trust and the RDN as well.
Great, thanks. I don't see the other questions from Director Arp.
A quick one is that Hornby and Denman were included in the hotspot and assessment of the regional district study. So is it envisioned that they could, I mean, they are part of Area A, so is it envisioned that they could potentially be service participants on Hornby and Denman? And I do believe we have maintained communication with Islands Trust because we haven't had a meeting with Islands Trust in a while, but it's come up at every item the last 3 years that we did in our discussion with them.
Comment to the service.
Oh, hold on.
Through the chair, yes, both Denman and Hornby were included in the septic maintenance study, and it is the intention to include those areas in any future program.
Great, thanks. Director Creed?
And once again, I mean, legally, who's culpable? If somebody got deathly ill, and they looked around for, you know, somebody to blame, is the regional district not at least exposed here?
My comment would be that of picking up where Director Arbor mentioned that the association of septic systems is not 100% associated with the norovirus outbreaks because of the many other potential causes and the lack of a direct link. You know, when it comes to our water system and the provision of potable water, there is a link between the quality of our water and health outbreaks. So that's why you see Island Health taking a far more stringent requirement that we improve water treatment, and there's a requirement as opposed to, you know, more indirect persuasion and encouragement to go down this road. So there isn't that specific link between the regional district's responsibility on such matter, but it does rest with local government to come up with solutions. And that's why the relevance of trying to find a community system and a means of treating sewer within rural areas, because there is no other agency that steps up to provide the service. But to answer your questions, Director Grieve, I don't think there is that specific link between us and and the outbreaks, but there is the ability for us to do something about it. And that's why we're trying to pursue this solution and better take the work to provide a community system.
Director Harvard?
Yeah, Russell is correct. And I would build even a little more on that. Having been on the Shellfish Advisory Committee for the last 3 years, when you ask who's liable, if you're a consumer, your first port of call would be the shellfish company, the person you bought the product from. And they are under a regulatory framework through DFO and agriculture for sanitary measure and sampling their product and all that. And there's been a lot of concern, a terrible amount of concern in the sector, not just around that issue, but around the huge need for improved traceability of products. And that's something that the federal government is finally really starting to crack the whip on in the sector, because they still see quite a bit of illegal product in the supply chain that they can't trace where it's from. And so what I'm trying to say is I agree with Russell. I don't believe regional district is the first port of call for lawsuits and all that, when consumer and consumer groups can probably more readily identify the liability of the producers and the liability in the regulatory framework provided by the federal government. But that's long story. Short story is I agree. I think for too many years, everybody has tried to wash, and I agree with you, Dr. Grieve, everyone has tried to wash their hands away. So I'm really glad to see Island Health kind of send that letter to us to say, hey, this is not really sustainable, and we agree with the approach you're taking, and we encourage you in that direction. I think that's good. And for us to be proactive, and I think residents get it, that most residents get it, that we need to improve, myself included, in terms of, what I know around my neighborhood on Hornby and all that. Everybody wants better outcome, because a lot of people, it's not just oysters, a lot of people are on whales as well, right? In all those areas. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for the comments, directors. I'm just going to concur with what's been said. Director Grieve alluded to, so many different factors that have been impacting the water quality in Bain Sound. And even though we can't pinpoint septic as the cause for the recent norovirus outbreaks, it doesn't mean that we don't do anything about it. I liken this, and we're going to have this conversation tomorrow around our air quality. I think, with so many different factors impacting air, it doesn't mean that we can point a finger to any one source of pollution, but it also doesn't mean that we don't do anything about it. So I'll be supporting the recommendations, and I know recommendation 2 is a pretty big one, but we have restricted, development according to water availability. And so I can see sewer services being another limitation to growth, that if we don't have a proper system in place, then that's one thing our community has to grapple with. So thanks again. On receipt, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have recommendation 1, that staff collaborate with the Ministry of Health and Island Health. Moved and seconded. Any other comments on that? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And recommendation 2, that staff report back to the ESC with a proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw to restrict development of second dwellings in Electoral Area A until such time as a community service, water and sewer are in place. Director Grieve.
Well, just wonder if you want to blanket the whole area, you want to be specific about the foreshore. Yeah. Because obviously that's where the issue is. You bring in a bylaw like this for the entire area A, that doesn't seem fair to me. So I'll let the area A rep speak to that.
Thanks. Director Arbor.
I guess Dr. Grieve kind of has a point that it's not area A, because area A includes Hornby and Denman. So And we don't have regulatory authority over land use planning on Hornby. So that's a little adjustment to the recommendation. That would say the Bain Sound portion, I guess, of electoral area A. And the staff report back would propose amendment to zoning bylaw that would restrict the development of second dwelling units in electoral area A. Yeah, I don't, until such time as community services, water and sewer. So it's what this is resolution is a moratorium, right? In a way, what we're saying is until we have some finality around that, we would put a moratorium in the identified area. And then I'm fine. I mean, because it says electoral area, it does make me think about Ships Point, which then makes me think about Saratoga. But what we're asking today is a staff report back. And we've already provided input. So I'm fine with the resolution. I would only change because it talks, because it talks about zoning bylaw to just make sure that Hornby and Denman are excluded from the resolution. We just do the Bain Sound portion.
Okay.
Does that work?
Do you want to make that motion? Because there hasn't been a motion.
Yeah, so I'll move it.
Okay, and if staff can record just the change in the specific geographic area. Director Grieve?
Well, let's just say you're certainly going to get people's attention.
I'm going to second that so we can discuss this.
Okay, so it's like I say, you're certainly get people's attention with this. And maybe there are some solutions because we are dealing with a housing crisis. Maybe it has to be tied to the septic issue. Maybe people have to put in new high quality septic systems in place of the one that was dug in the ground in 1975. That would help as well. So you talk about a moratorium, but this comes back to us, and there should be options available to upgrade your system to allow a secondary dwelling, because I think secondary dwellings are extremely important. If it costs a little more, you got to pay another 25 grand or something to redo your septic, and so be it. Thank you.
I hope, and staff are capturing that comment. Okay. And do we want to put or do we understand that it's going to be the Bain Sound portion of electoral area A is part of the motion? Okay. Any other comments on that motion? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. All right. Will we try one more? Go ahead, Director Arbor.
Does this go to the board as well? Do we have to vote?
Is it coming back
for
to
the board for this? Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that was about. But Sewer Extension South, we have a report for receipt. Moved and seconded, and to staff.
Thank you very much. And James Warren, Deputy CAO, will provide an outline of this report, and a number of staff are here to support answering questions.
Great, thanks. Welcome, James.
Thank you. And through the chair to the committee, the purpose of this staff report is to update the committee on the Sewer Extension South project, a process update here only. There's an extensive history to the need for community sewer in the Union Bay Royston area in Area A. Most recently in 2020, the Sewage Commission approved a decision to accept the Area A wastewater flows, and that was coupled with the $542,000 Community Works Fund contribution towards the Sewage Commission, and that would be funding that would go towards non-depreciated value of infrastructure as part of the Sewage Commission. The importance to find community sewer solutions in the area is just getting ever more important, and we've just heard a report on that very topic for environmental, social development reasons. Most of this year, there's been significant work that's been done on several fronts, including on engineering and identifying a financially sustainable approach to providing community sewers. But also, and a big part of this report, it is the legislative framework that's been identified to enable this kind of a project to proceed. That legislative framework is going to be considered by the Sewage Commission tomorrow. And the framework is depicted graphically as Appendix A to this staff report. But generally speaking, it has three main components. One being the expansion of the sewer service, Courtney-Comox sewer service to include parts of Area A. Secondly, a new service that would provide for the funding and construction of a new conveyance line from Union Bay to Courtney. And then thirdly, new connection services for the Union Bay and Royston area. The recommendation at tomorrow's Sewage Commission will focus around the amendment to the sewer service bylaw, recommending that portions of Area A be brought in as participating areas to the service. For some background context, an October 2022 referendum had been considered to advance parts of this proposal. However, for several reasons that are noted in the staff report, a delay to proceeding with the electoral approval is appropriate. In terms of next steps, I've already mentioned the separate report coming to Sewage Commission tomorrow. Secondly, staff would continue working with ministry counterparts, engineering professionals, and others to advance the many different components of this project. Thirdly, we are proposing to come back to the Electoral Area Service Committee in June, and that would include an update to the public on the project overall, but also an invitation to members of the public to participate in the liaison capacity, further advancing the social, environmental, and financial aspects of this project. So there are two recommendations to the staff report, both of which seek to advance the sewer extension south and refine the project as we move along.
Thanks for that, James. Any comments from directors? Director Arbor?
Yeah, I think that's a good summary of where we're at. This project is definitely complicated, to say the least. And I know we also often use that sentence like just offhand, but it really is. And I think it's good, I think between trying to manage the partnerships, with Comox First Nation and Union Bay Estates, and trying to keep in check, the potential costs of the project in an era where construction costs are going up. I think the staff has done a really great job to try to take a really kind of efficient and no nonsense approach to look at the possibilities, including with our partners. And I think I'll attend the Sewage Commission tomorrow. They've been an awesome partner in terms of supporting the opportunity. And I noticed that at the bottom of the staff report, we start to see a little bit of what the servicing and the service area concept would look like. And that's just a glimpse of kind of summarizes some of the complexity and the different interests in there. But so far, it seems like it's been really productive conversations with everybody, and everybody finding something for them in the project. So yeah, I do want to thank staff. There was a thought of potentially taking this to the municipal election as a referendum, as the staff report mentions, but I think it's right to do it right and look at all the different options that we can consider moving forward. I'll leave it there for other directors. Maybe I'll have more comments.
Director Creed?
Thanks very much. And in light of the previous report, I'm going to use an old thing I used one time and got lambasted in the press. I think it's time that people put their big pants on here, because we just cannot keep turning a blind eye to what's going on with liquid waste management in the Comox Valley. My question to staff is that back in the last referendum, when Crystal Rose was sequestered in that little building in Royston for so long, a lot of that work on the collection system, is that still going to be relevant? I guess that goes through to Mark, doesn't it?
You might ask Derry to comment.
Oh, Derry can comment.
Sure, yeah, thank you through the chair. Yes, we have been using that past work as kind of basis for design moving forward and have updated costs based on that previous work.
Thanks. Director Arbor?
Yeah, that was a good question, and it makes me think about, also the conversations that are being had with the ministries and the recognition of the extensive amount of work, both on the kind of design, but also on the consultation and planning. There's been literally 20 years of efforts and community engagement around the project. So in a way, there's a lot of familiarity with it. In another, I think it did change the cards a little bit when we gain access to the municipal system, because that looks a little bit different, both in terms of the partnership. And now you're really just looking at a conveyance project, which simplifies things. So that should help us. But yeah, I think the next months will be pretty important for the project. And I really want to thank staff for their efforts. And moving forward too, I know there'll be more public engagement next few months for sure. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I don't see any other lights on. On receipt then, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have recommendation 1.
Good.
Moved and seconded. Any comments on the staff continuing to work with the engineers and KFN? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Recommendation 2 has been moved around to staff outreach. Any comments? Director Grief.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering on a political level, not a staff level, would it be advantageous to coordinate a meeting with our local MLA on this issue? Because as I say, it seems incredulous to me that the ministry just averts their eyes every time we talk about this. Perhaps we can work through our local representative to gain a little more attention. Thank you.
Dr. Arbor?
Thanks. Our MLA has actually been a really good champion for us and when I say our MLA, sorry, we have 2 MLAs, we're trying to bring them back. But my MLA is Josie Osborne for Area A in Cumberland. And she, both when she was Minister of Municipal Affairs, she took many meetings with us and both with staff and elected officials to talk about the project, the value of the project to the Comox First Nation as well. You are correct. We haven't updated in a little bit, I guess, as we've been a little bit more focused, I believe, on all the design and all those things. Like we need some answers to the questions that we've had. So you're probably right that over the next few months, we'll need another round with them, with the politicians in the province. And I take your point about province providing more leadership, but it seems like we say that to them on every topic, so they see us coming.
Director Grieve?
Well, the difference here, I think, is the fact that both our MLAs have got their feet wet in local government first. I think that is a real plus, because you go to meet a minister who's never worked in local government and they look at you like you got holes in your heads. They have no idea where you're coming from. So I do think that it's probably a little late now to organize a trip to Victoria. And obviously Josie's got her hands full right now, I'm sure, but at least let's put it on the UBCM wish list.
Dr. Arbor?
And sorry, I want to correct the record, actually, because we're having obviously a lot of discussion with the Sewage Commission and with the municipalities in regard to this project. It's true that in the past I've been guilty of mostly dealing with Emily Osborne, but you're right. The more we get engaged with the Sewage Commission, the more I personally should make an effort to brief with Emily Leonard.
Great.
Thanks, Dr. Grief.
Thanks. Any other comments on recommendation 2? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And I believe we had some new items under new business. Do you recall what those items were? So Director Arbor first.
It's just a flow too. So as you recall, way back yesterday when we started this meeting, we had a request from the Hornby Island Housing Network for us to sponsor an application. Now, I know we've had quite a year with that, with playing that role, but this is an application to a pretty simple funding body. So I would like to just request that staff investigate us playing the role, sponsor, and if possible, if it seems feasible, for us to consider bring that to the board at the end of the month, if we're willing to undertake it. Otherwise, to provide us feedback as to the reasons why we wouldn't be able to. Thank you.
A motion, it was seconded. Seconded. And would any other speaking to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Did we have another, Director Creed, you had another piece of business too? Management, under the management report, you wanted us.
Just that we review it over the next few weeks on our own, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
oops.
It's more of a direction, I think, to staff than an actual motion, but I do think that, just all of us can take a look on our own time on the management report and decide and also have staff look at it and decide which ones are actually doable and put the rest on suspending or whatever.
I will second that. And any other comments to speak to that? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. We've already approved the addendum, if I recall. Yep, nothing more. So anyone want to move termination? No. What in camera? I will move termination. Thanks. Seconded and third. All in favor? Thank you, everyone.